Recurrent theme over here.
It happens every time an update or a reset happens. God fucking damn it. Technology, it loves to give us the middle finger. Once more with feeling. Welcome to Reflections of Gaia, a unofficial anime podcast. I am your one and only gaming monk, better known as Mildra, and with me I have three of my good brothers here today. We have the man losing arguments with himself, and the man who has to suffer the existence of Leafs fans every year. Good brother Hydra.
Hey, Middle, wake up. It's game time.
We have the master of the Wanderer's Library, good brother Sig.
Just got through telling my own story, but glad I could make it.
Mm-hmm. And the man who was subject to my really, really bad Matt Hardy impersonation before we started, good brother A.
Like I'm still recovering from that.
So, it is episode 4. And also, hello there, Riona in the chat. Hope you enjoy the madness. We've been dancing around the setting side of anima for the longest time. Well, as much as we can, because the stuff on the new continent we still don't have yet. Sorry.
Oh, come on, you don't just want to go and learn a whole language just for one single book.
Even my pettiness has its limits. Plus, the limited amount of Spanish that I know is limited to Latin America Spanish, not Spain Spanish.
And España is much different than over here in Latin America.
Mm-hmm.
Just
and
as it's very much different between the Portuguese and Brazilian Portuguese.
Yeah, or France French and French Canadian French.
I'm not touching that one.
Nope.
Or France and like the French dialects in Africa.
Mm-hmm. Point is,
Oh,
language
God,
is
you gotta
weird.
go there.
Yeah, point is, language is weird. And I wanted to cover the setting first because I wanted to use that to set the stage, set the tone. Plus, when a lot of people talk about anime, they end up talking about the way character creation works and lament how overcomplicated it is, which that is something we will come back to at the end of this broadcast. I will note this. For this particular episode, we are going to be focusing on the way the TTRPG Beyond Fantasy outright plays. This means that we're primarily going to be focused on four materials in particular. The core rulebook. Well, 4.5. Let me be explicitly clear. The core rulebook is one of them. This is the same core rulebook that I got back in the late 2000s / early 2010s because of like 3 years of delays. The Game Master's Toolkit, which was a smaller thing that came with the GM screen, which is one of the most beautiful GM screens that I have, I will note. A bit of material from Gaia Beyond the Dreams, mostly the optional rules chapter. Some of the tail end stuff from Those Who Walked Among Us Volume 1, which is basically Anima's bestiary. I mean, it's a lot more than just a monster manual, but for the sake of simplicity, we'll say that. And the reason I say and a half is because we'll also be looking a little bit into the core X set changes. Now, to explain what I mean by that, shortly after Anima's core rulebook got translated, a revised version came out in Spain called Core Exet. And from what I've heard, one of the big reasons for the original delays, aside from supposedly one of the translators passing away, was the fact that a revised edition before Core Exet hit Spain, and so they had to start everything from scratch.
Like the more I hear about the all the background stuff for anima, it kind of goes in. Jesus Christ, I had a frog in my throat. Like all the background stuff that keeps happening to anima, it just feels like this is like this RPG is like the most underdog story ever.
Yeah.
It's like despite everything, it finally came out.
Which is all the more reason for me to give a giant middle finger to the people who use surface level things to shit on it. But the core Exet book never got officially translated, but some people within the community, especially guys like the legendary Killed with Style, had put up a document that goes over some of the rule changes. Because for some parts it was just a few clarifications. For other parts, it was a full-on overhaul. And that is what we'll be getting. That is kind of the stuff we'll be getting into. The only major parts we're not going to get into is the bulk of the homebrew stuff, because otherwise we'd be here for months nonstop. And while I could probably do that, I'm not sure if the rest of you could keep that kind of energy.
No, not quite.
It depends on the homebrew.
No.
Hey, it does mean we end up avoiding talking about Beyond Science.
Amen.
There's also the fact that some homebrew that's out there hasn't been translated. I would like to see it translated, but nobody's taking up the task. of course, in
That's
that
a lot of love for the Spanish TTRPG.
yeah. Oh yeah, the amount of homebrew that is out there is quite a bit, and even though there's been some hiccups, there is still a very dedicated fan community. Whether it be back on the old Edge Entertainment forums, whether it be on the FFG forums, or in the international Discord. Some of it for the RPG and some of it for other things we'll be covering later in this series. But one thing we will not be covering this episode is going to be the expansions known as the Exet trilogy. Dominus Exet, Arcana Exet, and Promethean Exet. 3 major expansions to the available kit within the game. And God damn it, Riona.
Weird science.
But I think one of the important things to note is Anima is a game that traces its lineage to Rollmaster. And one could argue that this may have started as a heavily house-ruled Rollmaster campaign, which I could certainly see. And if that is the case, then history has found a way to rhyme. Because for those who are unfamiliar, Rollmaster, in its earliest form, was a collection of AD&D house rules called Arms Law. Eventually that would expand to other law books, and at some point they decided, screw it, let's just make it its own system. Then you get Rollmaster through Iron Crown Enterprises. Then later on you get stuff like MERP, get stuff like Space Master, and then that goes full circle with Against the Dark Master. And now, sometime later this year, we're getting Against the Star Master. History does not often repeat itself, but it does rhyme. But a big part of that is it is using a roll high D100, which is what Rollmaster used. You do have a segmented approach to character creation and more of a point-based approach, which is something that Rollmaster did, although Rollmaster is a lot more crunchy than Anima is. I know some of you may be raising an eyebrow, and I'm like, you have no idea the depth of the horrors from the critical hit tables in Rollmaster.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah. And yeah, Rollmaster has cleaned things up a little bit over the years, but it's still on the crunchier side of things. Now, unlike some of my supposed colleagues, I don't see crunchiness as a bad thing. I see it as a consequence of when you're going to be leaning more into customization. Which is part of the reason why when I see people talk about how a game is too complicated, I roll my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since that always implies that there's some sort of magic sweet spot in terms of complexity of RPG. That is something that can only really work when you only know 1 or 2 games. But I've always looked at it like this. When a bunch of Call of Duty streamers decided to try out Battlefield for the first time, they were bitching up a storm about how hard the movement was, or how precise weapons had to be. Basically, their complaint was it wasn't playing like COD. Except obviously, Battlefield is a much different beast. Always has been. And when you're in Rome, you do as the Romans do. And naturally, they got clowned for it. In a similar vein, if you're running a game that isn't the most litigious RPG, I don't think you should be complaining about it not feeling like the most litigious RPG. As I've often said, when you're in Rome, you do as the Romans do. And to that end, I do remember when William SRD had compared this to the Warhammer TTRPGs. Even back then, I was like, that's not right. Both of those are percentile systems. They have more in common with Rollmaster and basic roleplay. Sorry if I cut you off, A.
Oh no, I didn't say anything.
Yeah, you lit up for a second, but
My bad.
so with that in mind, where do you suppose would be a good place to start with this exploration? Character creation or the core mechanics?
Why don't we start off with character creation, because that's pretty much the one place where people tend to get confused and everything.
All right, we can start with
Yeah.
that. We can start with that. So obviously the first part of anything is going to be the core abilities, in this case characteristics. The characteristics list that we have has more in common with, say, again, not just Rollmaster, but also to a certain extent basic role-playing by way of RuneQuest. And those core attributes are strength, dexterity, agility, constitution, intelligence, power, willpower, and perception. Power is not power level. It's supposed to be state of mind and spiritual power. Not only your presence, but also your ability to mess around with the supernatural. Which is important since we kind of established this a couple weeks ago. There are very clear lines between the normal and supernatural worlds. Mostly because of Imperium fucking about, but still. And when it comes to generating the modifiers for these abilities, or the values and modifiers, there are a few ways to do it. In fact, there are 4 methods in the core book, and I believe there was an additional method that was put in one of the other books. Let's see, I believe it.
The
Okay.
Game Master's Guide? Yeah, there it is. Literally page 2.
Yep. So, option 1, roll 1d10 8 times and write the number down. If you roll a 3 or less, re-roll it. After you've got 8 numbers, take the lowest and replace it with a 9. The remaining numbers, arrange them onto the stats as you see fit. It is implied that this should be if you want to make exceptional characters out the gate. And I think whenever I've run it, this is usually the method I go for, because it's one that's going to be familiar enough, but also going to have a parachute so you don't get screwed over by your starting stats.
Because as an anima, like if you have bad starting stats, like that will make or break your character.
Mm-hmm. You don't get a whole lot of opportunities to increase characteristics.
Mm-hmm.
Second method, roll 2d10 8 times, taking the higher of the two each time, and dividing them among the 8 characteristics. You're going to get some medium-high numbers, but it's also possible to get some low numbers. And let me do a little bit of probability. (2d10). The average result for 2d10 is 11. And I tried to do the whole drop highest to see what that would result in, but any dice's syntax is weird. But method 3 is if you want really average characters, it's 1d10 8 times down the road. Whatever you roll, you keep.
Oof, that could be rough.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see no way how the dice guys can screw us over with that method.
Yep. Method 4 is rolling the d10 7 times, adding them together, and then using that as points to distribute among the characteristics, with a rule of no characteristic can be higher than 10.
Mm-hmm.
10 is like the highest that a normal human can achieve, so...
Yeah, once you get past 10, you're getting into the post-human stuff. Now, method 5, which was in the GM toolkit, just says, here's 55 points. Spread them out how you want, but bringing any characteristic from 9 to 10 costs 2 points. If, when using this method, you want to do more normal, quote-unquote, characters, the point spread is 45. If you want characters who are supposed to be legendary at some point, 65 points. But they do have a cute little sidebar that goes into what characteristics represent. A 1 is a subhuman value that shouldn't be allowed. So, you know, a blue cry user. 2 to 3 is minimal ability in that area. They say that a strength of 2 would be the equivalent of a 2 to 3-year-old child. Whereas a character of 3 strength would be a child of 5 or 6. 4 is slight deficiency. Like a clumsy person might have a dexterity of 4.
Or if you're autistic.
5 is human average. 6 is high average. 7 to 8 is exceptional. These are people who would surpass normals. They describe 7 and 8 as akin to professional athletes or Olympic participants. 9 is exceptionally gifted, like Olympic champions or Nobel Prize winners. And 10 is maximum ability of a human being. Those rare champion among champion kind of abilities.
Like once in a century type of people.
Mm-hmm. And 11 or
maybe
higher.
You're just Batman.
Yeah. 11 or higher, you surpass what is possible for a human. They say someone with a strength of 15 would be able to move a small mountain.
I mean, that gives you a modifier of 35, so depending on what you're using to move a mountain, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But of course, the values themselves are only rarely rolled. Usually, when they're rolled, it's on a roll under D10. but that is a rare situation. Most often you're going to be doing the roll high D100, which we'll get to that. But each characteristic has a specific value. The values run on a rule of 5. So 5 is 0, 6 to 7 is plus 5, 8 to 9 is plus 10, 10 is 15, 11 to 12 is 20, 13 to 14 is 25, 15 is 30, 16 to 17 is 35, 18 to 19 is 40, 20 is 45. But again, if you have a 20 in something, you are probably at the level where you're picking fights with the gods, and you probably know somebody in the Inquisition by name. Obviously,
no Python.
No Python.
But a 4 would be a -5, a 3 would be a -10, a 2 would be a -20, and a 1 would be a -30. Now, those modifiers may seem large, but keep in mind the core die roll is a D100. So,
Oh wow, did Riona pretty much just admitted she's a gingerbread.
uh, uh, the funny thing about gingerbread, it freezes too.
And it becomes rather brittle.
Mm-hmm. But after covering those attributes, it does tie into some of the derived stuff that you'll end up getting. Chief among them being movement value and fatigue. Movement value is your agility. Fatigue is your constitution. It is a straight conversion. You can also roll a d10 to generate appearance, though I don't see appearance used all that often.
The only time I've seen appearance used was specifically in a campaign, and it wasn't even for the whole thing, just a little bit of it, where we the party had to pretend to be prostitutes. Long story.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the femboy was the hottest one there, of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
Christ.
But size is also determined at this stage. Size is the sum of strength and constitution, and gives a suggested height and weight. And just using myself as an example, if I were to measure myself on this, I'd be size 15, which has a height range between 5'4" to 6'6", and a weight range of 135 to 395 pounds. I also enjoy the fact that a size 20 is either
and
6...
if you're lucky enough...
Oh, good.
Yeah, no, go on. You were about to cover it.
If you had 10 in both of them, so you'd end up being a size 20. That's a height between 6'6" to 7'9", and a weight of 245 to 705 pounds.
Someone that takes
That's a lot of
vegetables
weight.
growing up.
Mm-hmm. So, Riona, I think we found your size category. You fucking giant.
You probably did.
But, of course, technically the next stage would be race, but unless you're playing as a Nephilim, it's assumed everyone's playing humans. Playing as Nephilim, or even playing as the full races that we talked about 2 weeks ago, that gives you a lot of benefits, but also some significant drawbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Which we'll get to that in a bit. But after that is the primary and secondary abilities, and this is where the bulk of your die rolls are really going to be coming in. And this is also the main thing you're going to be developing by spending LP. Not LP, DP. I don't know why I said LP. LP is life points in this game. But each of them has a corresponding characteristic, but for example, with combat, you have attack, block, dodge, your two key abilities, key itself and key accumulation. We'll get to key later on. Weapon modules, which is essentially proficiency packages. And then you get into you know what? I'm saving that for 2 weeks. I'm just going with the weapon modules we have right here. Martial arts, which is a separate brand of weapon module. Wear armor, which determines the upper kind of armor that you can wear. And gold, we are discussing the Anima Beyond Fantasy TTRPG as part of the Reflections of Gaia podcast. But that attack gets a bonus based on dexterity. As does block. Dodge gets a bonus based on agility. Key, it varies. Again, we'll get to that.
I will also say there are ways to change the dexterity modifier for attack and block to other things, but we can get to that later.
Yeah. Weapon mod.
I also appreciate that how you pretty much use the dexterity for attack rather than strength as some other systems likes to use.
Yeah. More often than not, you're going to see strength used for damage more than whether or not you hit.
Which is a really nice change compared to other systems, where it goes like, okay, you got to be dexterous enough to land the hit, and then the strength determines how hard that attack hit, like what that attack did.
Oh yeah. Weapon modules and martial arts aren't tied to an attribute directly, but they are part of the family of combat abilities, which, when developing that's going to come into play. And wear armor is based on strength, but it basically determines the heaviest kind of armor you can wear without penalty. Which makes perfect sense to me as somebody who's had to wear full plate in August weather. Which was not my brightest moment. Of course, then we have psychic abilities, which covers psychic points, which is used in a variety of ways, both in temporary and permanent form. Psychic projection, which is based on dexterity, and I guess you could call that the attack stat for the psionic matrices.
Pretty close.
Yeah. And psychic modules is not far removed from weapon modules. It's what you can do with the matrices.
Yeah, it's like you have. You know what? Let's talk about. I was going to explain psychic modules, but I'll save that for later.
Yeah.
One thing it's always nice to see psychics that get more official support as opposed to just being an add-on that was tacked on later.
Between the three supernatural forms of supernatural power, psychics do have the least amount of book space. That's not to say that there's some third wheel.
I always heard, correct me if I'm wrong, that they added psychics at the last minute, and that's why psychics kind of feel like they step on the toes of a lot of spellcasters, because from what I saw whenever I played with some groups, it's like the psychic can do nearly anything the mage can, but better. and for like less investment.
I won't say better or worse, but different in the case of Anima. When it comes to more litigious RPGs and their use of psychics, that's a whole other heap of bullshit that I spent 50 fucking minutes talking about when we were covering Draw Steel earlier in the year.
I remember that too. Good lord.
Like, I think I warned
yeah.
you in advance that I think I said you are not prepared for the bullshit when it comes to psionics.
And yet that 50 minutes at a rant was well worth it.
Mm-hmm. And in all fairness, even the people that I've spoken with who were in TSR at the time have admitted, yeah, we tried, it just didn't work. And I have said that in order for psychics to have a proper place and not just be mages with a different coat of paint, they can't work the same way.
Yeah.
And I know people will bring up the psychers in 40k, but let's be honest, there's not too much difference between the way psychers work and the way mages work.
A lot of the time, a lot of the mages are psychics to begin with.
Some more literal than others. Hi, Thousand Suns,
Mhm.
fucking nerds.
Yeah.
And also the rune mages for the space wolves.
What are you talking about? That's not magic. They're not psychics. Hey, the space wolves don't have any psychers.
Yeah. Or the fact that even the miracles that warrior priests do in Warhammer Fantasy is still technically magic. Don't let them hear that unless you really want to learn what it means to get hammered.
God, when I said to
Or
go out and get hammered, I didn't mean literally.
Or Mephiston as well. He's pretty much just a gift mage of 40k.
Yep. And getting back on the rails when it comes to supernatural abilities, this is where we cover both magic and summoning. So
I never played with a summoner, so this will be interesting.
yeah. The first thing is Xeon, which is MP. If you're using something magic related, you're spending Xeon. After that is magic.
You don't use colonies.
Yep. After that is magic accumulation, which is basically your channeling speed. You have a similar thing with key accumulation. I.e., you can't just spend a bunch of MP and have it automatically go off. You have to accumulate the amount of MP that you're spending. When I did my initial review about a decade ago, I had used the parallel of how spell charging works in the Tales of series. Where, yeah, you select the spell, but you have to spend a few seconds charging the spell up before it fires off. It's not fire and forget. But magic projection is, I guess, the spell attack stat, and is once again based on dexterity. And then there are the 4 summoning skills. Summon, which is based on your power score, is exactly what it sounds like. Control is your ability to control supernatural beings, including the ones you summon, which is based on willpower. Bind is your ability to trap a magical being within an object or a person. Bind is based on power. And Banish is your ability to expel supernatural beings, which is also based on power. So even if you summon your pet, it doesn't mean you'll be able to fully control them.
I mean, hey, sometimes you don't need to control the pet. Sometimes you just need to get some of the Tarask and let the Tarask become their issue.
Mm-hmm. And of course, there are, much like there are psychic modules, there are mystic modules for utilizing combat abilities when doing spells. And people say you can't go wrong with Xeon. I don't know. I think the Dobby family did plenty wrong. The zombie family did plenty wrong, and also I'm pretty sure Australia would strongly disagree with you.
I mean, Australia isn't real to begin with, so.
What's Australia?
Oh,
But-
it's the land of the spider people.
Mm-mm.
Oh God.
Really? I thought that was a former prison colony.
Same difference.
But of course, then you have the secondary abilities, and these are more akin to traditional skills. There are quite a few of them, and they are in their own little categories. Admittedly, this kind of skill list is a very 90s and early 2000s kind of thing. But the categories for skills are athletics, creative, perceptive, social, subterfuge, intellectual, and vigor. Each of them has their own derived ability, and that covers the bases. Then we get into classes, which aren't classes in the way that you would think. They're about as classes as, well, classes in Legend Edition. Not to the same process, but not far off. Classes are within a set of archetypes. Domine, which is key-based ones. Fighter, which is self-explanatory. Mystic, which covers the supernatural. Prowler, which are the sneaky boys. Psychic, self-explanatory, and Novel are ones that don't fit the other categories. About half of the classes will fall into two of these categories. But the classes within them are less about what you're getting at certain levels and versus how easy or difficult it is to develop your skills. Sorry to cut you off, eh?
No, it's okay. Yes, basically each class, like what Monk said, it's not what each class has exclusive to it. Each class will have different buy values of each things that it can and can't do.
Mm-hmm.
So hypothetically, you can go and have a ranger that can go and buy psychic stuff, but that's going to be really expensive to them compared to having an actual psychic.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could also have a shadow that likes to carry a big ass sword.
Sure.
Yeah. Now, the individual classes, I'll get to that in a minute, but the main way that you develop is through development points. You're going to have a set amount of development points at the start, and every time you level up, you get 100 development points. At first level, you start with 600. This is where things are going to get tricky, because you're basically given a set amount of development points and then told have at it. And there's a lot of ways that you can go about them. That is the only time I'll concede the complex thing. But I have seen people who mainly play Shadowrun make that complaint, and I'm like, you have no room to talk, mister. Give me 45 karma and then throw me into the fucking pool. Yeah, I've seen people who play
Against those
Shadowrun
bad-
games complain about the DP setup. I'm like, you fuckers do the same thing.
Yeah, if anything, in Shadowrun, it's slightly more complex.
Oh, in Shadowrun pre 5e, it was worse. Because not only
Never
did you
played.
have the different skills, you had individual skills for different weapons and then skill specializations. And the whole min-max thing with advantages and disadvantages. It was a mess. Like,
And the only way I could make sense of all of that was because I work with it, with the spreadsheets all the time, so I could somewhat figure my way across. But most other people, nah, man.
when 5th edition came along for Shadowrun, a priority system was introduced that slightly makes it a little bit more manageable. And 6th
I've
edition...
only ever played 5th edition.
Yeah, 6th edition pared down the skill list drastically, which caused a lot of people to get butthurt. But if I'm being honest, the skill list was way too bloated. by the time we... From skill lists and skill categories and the limitations on both, by the time we got to 5th edition, some paring down needed to happen, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, Mildred, just out of curiosity, which had the worst skill list, Shadowrun or 3.x?
Shadowrun. That's not even a contest. But now the development points in Anima aren't fully freeform. There are a few rules you do have to follow. One of them is the fact that it's not always a 1-to-1, depending on your choice of class. Some cases it might be a 2-to-1, sometimes a 3-to-1, sometimes more. In addition, each class has a hard cap on how many development points you can spend on that category of abilities. For most classes, that cap is 50 or 60% of your DP gain. If they have a primary ability area, it's usually 60% and everything else is half. That means at any given time, you cannot spend more than half of your development points in one spot. Now, secondary abilities are exempt from this rule. You can spend as much as you want into those. So it's pretty common for people to split half of their development points in secondary abilities and half of them in one area of primary abilities. Sometimes two if they're going a bit more gish. At the same time, you cannot spend more than half of your development points on attack and defensive abilities. Not half in attack and half in defense. No, total. In addition, you can't have a gap more than 50 between attack and defense. And
Now, is that like for? It's been a bit. Is it just between both forms of defense, or just whichever defense that you've been putting into? Like, for example, instead of keeping both dodge and block up against your attack stat, is it just like, for example, you go attack and then dodge tanking?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
If you had an attack of 90, you would be capped at 140 for block or dodge. Period. Neither block or dodge could go higher than 140 in that instance. So if you want to get those higher, you'd have to spend on attack. in that case.
All right.
Yep. Now, some classes will give natural bonuses to primary or secondary abilities just by leveling up. Obviously, those are not counted in the spending rules, because that would be stupid. And when to make up for the fact that secondary abilities aren't going to be used as widely as primary ones. When you spend on those, you can add another single characteristic bonus to any single secondary ability. So this means, for example, if you have 30 in agility for acrobatics, as the base amount you spent, 15 for characteristic and 10 for class, you can add your natural bonus to that. In this case, just adding agility again to give a total of 90. Which this means that the intent, I believe the intent of this is you can utilize the characteristic bonus multiple times as you're leveling up. You can get that natural bonus once on a secondary ability, and then you can do it again every time you level up. Which, for me personally, I usually let people do that natural bonus more, just so secondary abilities don't lag as much. Since the amount of times they're going to get used is a bit more situational. If you catch my drift.
Yeah. Yep. I was played a blacksmith in a campaign, and I didn't always get to use that skill. When I did, it was always great.
Mm-hmm. Now, when your final ability score in primary, secondary, or whatnot is 200, regardless of how you've reached it, this doesn't mean you spent 200 points in it, but regardless, when the final ability score is 200, you're considered a master in that ability. When you have this means that the range of fumble goes down by 1. So this, instead of normally you fumble on a 1 to 3. When you have mastery, you only fumble on a 1 to 2. You can only achieve mastery in primary abilities. So, actually, I take that back. Primary and any secondary abilities. So, attack, block, dodge, magic protection, any summoning skill, psychic projection, and all secondary abilities can be mastered. But you're not going to do that very easily at the start.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to life points, that is based on your constitution. That being said, you can increase it by spending DP. This is what's referred to with that class as a life point multiple. Basically, you spend that amount of DP and you get additional life points equal to your constitution score. But if you've got a constitution of the bare minimum of the human average of 5, you have 70 life points. If it's at 10, you've got 135. And considering how damage works in the game, 135 life points is not as big as you think.
See, I think I already told the story about how a player in one of my groups one-shotted a dragon encounter that the DM presumed it was going to take the whole session to do.
That's why I always laugh whenever people complain about overpowered characters, because I'm like, the power fantasy is kind of the point. It's when the overpoweredness steps on other people's toes. Looking at you, every mage main, every wizard main I've dealt with in D&D my whole fucking life. Or Godzilla. I know some people go, well, are you just a hater towards spellcasters? No. I'm a hater towards spellcasters who act like entitled children whenever anyone who isn't them gets something interesting. But even with 135, that can go down really fast, especially since damage is not entirely set. It can vary based on the difference between attack and defense.
And also how, the type of weapon, the type of damage, and how big the weapon is.
As well as your armor. Your armor can be a big damn deal.
Heaven forbid we actually have armor that does its job and does it well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you say that, but I always like to look at bikini armor.
Mm-hmm.
If it's put on a woman, we all know the less skin it covers, the more defense it offers.
Absolutely.
But when it comes to initiative, base initiative is always 20. The final score of that is you adding your dexterity and agility modifiers. However, weapon and armor can penalize this. Unless you're unarmed, in which case you get a plus 20 bonus to initiative. And you'll also get a bonus to initiative based on your choice of class. So I do like the fact that you can carry around that heavy-ass greatsword, but you are probably going to be going close to dead last or dead last.
And in this game, your position on the initiative tracker is very important.
Mm-hmm. But there's also your presence and your resistances. You could kind of consider resistances akin to the old saving throws, especially since you do have to roll them. They are not static defenses. So presence is entirely based on your level, and is also used as the baseline for your resistances. There are 5 resistances to deal with. Disease, which is based on Constitution. Magic, which is based on Power. Physical, which is based on Constitution. Venom, which is based on Constitution again. And Psychic, which is based on Willpower. And I should note, physical resistance is not like traditional toughness. It's things like resisting getting knocked out, or getting critted. And while they call it venom resistance, it can apply just as much to being in a toxic environment as resisting poisons. And if a resistance check is called for, you're using that resistance as a baseline and rolling D100. And if any of you actually come into my table with a 100-sided die, I'm going to tell you to go back and do it again. Golf
But
balls do not
Monk,
belong
it's
at the
so
gaming table. They belong in the driving range.
But Monk, it's hard to read 2d10s.
Get better glasses. the
Or just get better at all.
one of the last major parts is creation points, which is placed just before you spend development points. But this is one of those things I've had a mixed relationship with. This is a advantage-disadvantage system. You have 3 creation points. You can purchase disadvantages to get more, but you can't get more than 5 from disadvantages. So the most you'll be able to get is 8. And there's quite a few, which usually have a cost between 1 to 3 points. And on paper, I don't have too much of an issue with the way advantages and disadvantages work, with one exception. I'm not fond of the fact that you have to buy in to supernatural powers except for key through creation points.
Yeah.
Like in order to actually be able to use magic, you need to spend 2 creation points to get the gift.
You also got to get the psychic advantage too.
If you want to do psychics, yes, you have to get free access to any psychic discipline. I'm not a fan of this because in the same way I've never been a fan of like the feat tax problem in Pathfinder or D&D. A house rule that I often do is that you'd only have to spend creation points for that if you aren't a class that specializes in that kind of thing. Like if you picked Acrobatic Warrior but you wanted to dip into magic, yeah, then you'd have to spend 2 DP to get the gift.
Mm-hmm.
If you're picking Wizard, you're getting the gift automatically.
Yeah, that sounds rather fair.
Because I think the reason this bugs me is you have to do that with Key and Psychic. You have to do that with Magic and Psychic. You don't have to do that with Key.
I think the intention for that is like, hey, he is something innately magical, and anybody could eventually can accumulate.
Which,
but mechanically, yeah, I do agree. It's like, hey, it's kind of sucks. It's like, hey, I want to be super wizard man, but I have to sacrifice a advantage to be able to do my thing.
I might be willing to go with that if it weren't for the fact that we have so many examples of natural magic users within Gaia.
Fair.
And the big thing within the setting is the hard line between the supernatural world and the normal world is starting to crack. Plus, by having to spend 2 of your 3 points with that, it means that other aspects aren't going to be able to develop as easily unless you really put disadvantages on you. And this is where you can get the issue of min-maxing. But when it comes to leveling up, that is done by XP. The XP that's needed is does seem to be on a rule of, I was gonna say on a rule of 75, but not exactly. But as you level up, your presence goes up, and because your presence goes up, your resistances go up. Every even level, you get 1 characteristic point, as well as 100 development points. And I should note, even though some classes will give innate bonuses to certain features, those bonuses cap at 50. There is also the option of spending DP to change classes, if you so choose, but it's not gonna be easy. Oh. Or rather, it's gonna be more difficult depending on what you're trying to switch to. If you're switching from, say, weapon from warrior to weapon master, which are both in the same archetype, that's 20 DP. If you're trying to switch to one of the mixed archetype classes, that's 40. And if it's a whole different archetype, that's 60. You still have the same abilities, you still have the same level. It's just that as you level up further, you're developing a different route. And I think this is as good of a time to bring up the Nephilim. We kind of talked about this a couple weeks ago, but they are basically non-human souls that have incarnated into human bodies. Mostly because there were a lot of souls that were within the soul flux due to the War of God fucking everything up. Which once again, it's Imperium's fault. If something goes bad, Imperium probably had something to do with it. But one of the main disadvantages that all Nephilim have is an experience point penalty. This is usually between 2 to 4 experience points, though some it's more. Like Duxaris have a -5 penalty to experience. It basically means if everybody gains like 10 experience points, you're only getting maybe 4 or 5. It ultimately depends on the choice of Nephilim if you take that route. Now, if you went with the full ones that we covered a couple weeks ago, some of them have the experience penalty, but they also have a level modifier. Meaning that's what your level is considered for the purposes of for the purpose of how much experience you need to level up. But that level modifier isn't giving you additional bonuses to, say, your class. So that is something you have to take into consideration. And welcome back, Sig.
Thank you. Sorry, I had a bit of a coughing fit, so I didn't want to.
No worries. But I will note when it comes to the only other thing that you can develop that I haven't covered from your class is martial knowledge. Martial knowledge can be used as a budget of sorts when it comes to developing key abilities. Which, again, we'll get to that in a minute. But, as mentioned, there are 20 classes. 10 of them, I'd say about half of them, or maybe more, are fusions of others. So a good chunk of these are gishes, and I'd say compared to other games, it's pretty easy to gish in Anima. The gift notwithstanding. But you can do some magic-adjacent stuff with Ki anyways, especially given how there's a whole system about making custom Ki attacks. So, although there is the cost of the fact that if you're going to be dipping into doing Gish, you are going to be paying up. But and of course with the classes, some of them have their own special rules, and all of them are going to have certain primary and secondary abilities that they develop automatically. But just as a example, we start with the warrior, which is the jack of all trades fighter. It does get a natural bonus to attack, block, and wear armor, as well as feats of strength at every level. Then you have the acrobatic warrior, who is better at dodging than blocking, and doesn't get the wear armor bonus. But they do get a handful of +10 bonuses to secondary abilities, namely acrobatics, jump, athleticism, sleight of hand, and style. And so I'd say the acrobatic warrior is more akin to a fencer archetype.
Yeah, that's definitely so.
I mean, could you do a dodge tank with them? Yeah. But then there is Paladin, which the main thing with Paladin is being an anti-supernatural. They can dip into magic a bit. Their bigger thing is that it is very easy for them to develop banish. They also get some amount of Z on every level. They get some amount of banish every level, as well as block and wear armor. But if they don't want to develop supernatural abilities, they can trade the banish and Xeon bonuses for a +10 per level bonus to composure. Dark Paladins, on the other hand, switch out banish for control. However, they can swap that out, as well as the Xeon bonuses, for a bonus to withstand pain. But I know it'd be tempting to say that Dark Paladins are akin to Dark Knights, but not really. I'd say they're akin to that Dread Knight archetype that you see in a lot of fantasy work. You know, the guy covered in dark armor that seems to have control over the spiritual world. I feel like that is the best analogy with them.
Mhm.
But in that same vein, because of the way anime works, a lot of the problems that happen with paladin archetypes don't exist here. But the last of the major fighter ones is Weapon Master. The big thing with Weapon Masters is they can get weapon and style modules at half the cost. So getting a bunch of weapon proficiencies is what they're going to be good at. And with some of the stuff that comes later, they're going to really shine on that front. But if someone's picking Weapon Master, it's likely that they're going to have like 2 or 3 different weapons they'll be bringing with them. Sometimes
They'll be
more.
having like a small armory.
Mm-hmm. Technician is the key expert. They can develop key and martial knowledge significantly faster and more easily than others. They're decent at combat, but not as good as the fighter archetypes. So you could kind of think of them as a key-based mage. And they can hold their own in fights. It's just they're not going to develop it as easily. They also aren't getting any of the automatic defensive bonuses that say warrior or weapon master get. So that is something to keep in mind. But then there's the matter of Dao. I'd say Dao would be the equivalent of monks in other games. They are
the art for the class is pretty much very monkish.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
They are essentially an unarmed combat adept. They are a fighter domine hybrid. Their big thing is that any martial arts module that they get only costs 20 DP each. The first one they get costs 10. So if you're not buying a martial art and you're playing a Dao, what the hell are you doing? But Ranger is exactly what you'd think it is. You're not getting any animal companion or the like, at least not from the class alone. But they are one of the bigger skill monkey ones, and you're also not automatically getting magic with them, which some people cry foul at that. I'm of the opinion that the Ranger archetype should not automatically have magic.
I mean, Rangers are, for some part, the hunters, and all about the actual lore rather than just go effectively just discount druid.
That's kind of been the problem when it comes to Rangers in the most litigious RPG. I know I ranted about that before, about how they have been a cursed class since day one. But when it comes to Shadows, they are the sneaky fighter. They are what would be a combat thief, as opposed to the thief who is more dedicated to the thievery part than combat. And of course, if someone really wants to do the combat approach, there's also the option of assassin. However, assassin leans more into a spy archetype, I'd say. When it comes to the wizard, that is the consummate spellcaster.
It's a consummate spellcaster.
Yep.
Consummate.
So wait, it's a mage that casts ketchup and mustard.
Consummate, not condiment.
Oh.
Yeah. Warlock is the magic Gish. If you're doing Warlock, you want to do a mix of magic and fighting. Whereas Illusionist is, well, magic and sneaky. It is a Mystic Prowler hybrid. Like I said, there's a lot more archetypes, a lot more classes that are hybrids than not. Then there's Wizard Mentalist, which is a wizard psychic. And of course,
I mean, if the two are gonna be treated effectively the same, why not just mix both of them up?
well, keep in mind in Anima, magic and psychics are not the same. But then there is Summoner, which is a mystic that focuses more on summoning than casting. Then there is Warrior Summoner, which is exactly what it sounds like. Then Mentalist, which is the primary psychic archetype. And in fact, they get an innate psychic point every level instead of every 3 levels like everybody else. Then Warrior Mentalist, which is exactly what it sounds like. And finally, Freelancer.
Never mind, is that you?
And finally, Freelancer. Freelancer is the jack of all trades, doesn't fit into any archetypes, doesn't have a specialization. However, one of the big advantages they have is that if they want to switch to any other class, it only costs them 20 DP no matter which one they switch to. At the same token, anyone else can spend just 20 DP to switch to a Freelancer. And I won't say freelancers don't have any specializations. They do get a little bit of Xeon every level, and they get a plus 10 to 5 different skills each level. But they are the most freeform of the abilities. Sorry, of the 20 classes. But before I get into, well, let me put it up to you guys. Should we delve into the way combat works, or should we go into the 3 powers next?
I'm really curious as to how combat works in this game, since I've never really had much experience with it.
Yep.
Combat's really interesting.
Yeah, let's go with combat.
Mm-hmm. So we will cover that. We will cover that next. And obviously, there's things like physical abilities as well, but that is something that's pretty self-explanatory and a more in the weeds kind of thing. But what we'll do is we'll take a break for a couple minutes, and I will get back onto it, starting with combat modules. Sound good?
Sound good to me.
Sounds good.
Sounds like a plan.
All right. We'll see you in a few, folks. are back, ladies and gentlemen. So, before we get into the way combat works and combat modules, what do you guys think of what I've described so far when it comes to character creation? And I know, you're going to be a bit more familiar with this than the others are.
Like you said this right before we got back. Like, character creation is pretty complex. So if it's somebody that isn't used to more complex free formed or free flow RPGs, they'd probably be really intimidated. And also, this also takes into account that character creation is always the most complicated of TTRPGs. Like, most complicated
You almost said constipated.
Let's
look. All right, constipated, complicated, same difference, right?
Uh-huh.
of like every RPG.
Mhm.
So
I don't know
Tomato,
about y'all, but I
tomato.
don't get constipated when I play TTRPGs.
yeah, I mean, like, look, the the whole TTRPG could be used for a lot of different acronyms.
Yeah. Oh.
But
And you are now imagining
I
a
do
tabletop rocket-propelled grenade.
indeed.
Hey, you know what? That actually sounds rather fun.
About as fun as
It depends
the
where that grenade shows up.
yeah. About as fun as the Claymore Roomba.
That's always a classic.
Mm-mm. Uh,
And it is a classic for a reason. But to continue on what you said, Mildred, it is indeed complex, and you definitely have to be at least somewhat good with numbers. But once you actually get a hang of how things works, it's effectively just a rowing downstream.
I will say this:
I
anyone who plays heavily in an Elder Scrolls game has no room to talk about complicated when it comes to this system.
Indeed.
I do like how there are a lot of options, especially for like martial classes, which is something I lean a little more towards.
Mm-hmm. And you know
And
how I have
just how much you can do with it.
And you know how I have spent and how I've made an entire career out of dunking on people who insist that martial characters aren't supposed to be powerful.
Piss on those people.
And
Well, that's it. And I'm actually kind of glad that Rangers don't suck in this game.
um Rangers sucking is with the way this is set up, it's far more of a player choice kind of thing, because how good or bad your character is ultimately going to be dependent on characteristics, which there are various controls for, and how you spend DP. Now, the whole thing of how much
Indeed.
DP you're going to be spending, that can be a bit daunting, but if you've played the more skill-focused games like say basic role-playing, RuneQuest, Call of Cthulhu, um, even a lot of the games that came out of the 90s, some of this is going to be second nature to you. And if you anyone who's playing against the Dark Master, this should be second nature to you. Otherwise, I have some very, very pointed questions to ask.
First of which is what? Second is the fuck?
Mm-hmm. But when it comes now, getting back onto what I mentioned before. Let's talk about combat modules. Now, the idea is everybody starts with one weapon that they have some degree of proficiency in, and you do have a penalty to combat ability if you're using a weapon that is outside of that. The way you expand what weapons you can use is through the weapon modules. Now, the cheapest way to do it is just a general weapon module, which can be a similar weapon, a mixed class weapon. There are different weapon classes, a whole different type, or developing unarmed. Developing a whole weapon class, developing projectile, throwing, or improvised weapons. But then there are the archetypical modules, which personally are the modules that I recommend people spend on if they're going to spend on combat modules. For example, the duelist module will give you proficiency in the rapier, foil, parrying dagger, saber, and longsword for about 30 DP. So if you really want to focus on a specific type of weapon list, you can. But keep in mind, each similar weapon is going to be paid up individually. So it's far more cost effective to spend 30 DP on a archetype module than it is to spend on a bunch of single ones. This does mean that what you're proficient in has a significant amount of freedom. It also means you don't have the whole, oh, you can equip any weapon kind of thing as some sort of cope. But when they say similar weapon, that's basically if you know how to use a longsword, you will have some understanding of how to use a saber because they're both sword class weapons. And when it comes to weapon types, it's things like axes, swords, poles, short arms, cord weapons, which are flexible weapons. Two-handed is also a weapon type. Mace is a weapon type. And the same thing goes with ranged weapons. So which are usually going to be in the category of either throwing, projectile, or munition. So those are what you could consider the weapon classes. Mixed. So if you are only proficient in a longsword and you try to use a saber, that's going to give you a penalty of 20. That's certainly going to sting, but it's not going to sting as much. If it's a mixed class weapon, these are ones that are more than one class. You could with some penalty use if you are proficient in that longsword, use a bastard sword, but you're going to take a penalty of 40 because a bastard sword has the sword and two-handed classes. If it's a whole different class, that's a penalty of 60. So if you were proficient in longsword and tried to use a warhammer, which is a mace class weapon, that's going to be a penalty of 60. If you're unarmed and not proficient, that's also a penalty of 60. And if you're trying to block or dodge with a weapon you don't have proficiency in, that's also a penalty of 60. As a general rule, you get one weapon, and it doesn't call it proficiency, but that's basically what it is. You get one weapon for free. Anything after that, you got to spend for it. And remember, these combat modules count towards the 50% or 60% rule for primary abilities. But if you're trying to get a weapon in a similar class to your starting one, that's 10 DP. If it's a mixed class weapon, and it shares at least one class that you already know, that's 15. If it's a whole different type or it's unarmed, that's 20. This is why if you want to go unarmed, it's best to pick Tau because they get unarmed modules for 20 DP later on and 10 DP for that first one. If you want to get the entirety of a weapon class, that's 50. So you could spend that on sword, and voila, you now are proficient in every sword class weapon that there is. The catch with the whole class weapon one is it doesn't work for mixed class ones. You'd still get the mixed class penalty if you went that route. Getting proficiency in a projectile weapon, that's 50. Same with throwing and improvised weapons. Of course, whenever I think of improvised weapons, I always think of that one chair incident in the first Mummy movie. Well, the first Fraser Mummy movie. I'm not talking about the original one, obviously. But in addition to weapon proficiencies, which I have to correct myself, a archetype module costs 50 DP. But given the amount of stuff you're getting in it, which is a mixture of different weapon classes, that's not as expensive as it may seem. And again, if you just want to use one weapon for your entire career, you don't even have to spend DP on these modules.
So I'd fit perfectly.
Yeah, you just have the catch of that one. If you say went with a great sword, if you try to use anything else, you're going to be taking penalties.
I just put all my points in my use swords to kill stuff skill.
Though remember that has a cap too. But in addition to that, there are style modules which allow you to learn additional maneuvers. So things like doing the quick draw is one example where you can unsheath your weapon without applying the 25 penalty. Can't do that for two-handed weapons, obviously. Although I may rule that if you're high enough level, you can do that. Just imagine someone pulling a Bado Jutsu with a Nodachi.
That'd be impressive.
I could definitely see what anime that may have been used as inspiration for Battle Jutsu.
Oh, Carlos and the rest of the anime team are fucking weebs like the rest of us. That's what I love. But
Excellent.
I mean, I was about to say, with a name like Anima,
no, we're not referencing anime. We're referencing Jungian psychology.
Absolutely, and the reason that the art in all the books look very anime inspired because there was only these were the cheapest people we could find at the time.
But you also have things like area attack, which lets you do AOE attacks at a lower penalty. So normally the penalty is I think 40 or 50. If you have the area attack module, it's only 25.
And then even without the module, there's once a weapon gets big enough, you just by default get a little bit of an AoE with your attacks.
Mm-hmm. There are also mystic modules. The main ones that you're going to see are magic projection as attack or defense. Which lets you use your attack ability when trying to do an offensive magic projection, and same thing with defensive. So instead of using the magic projection stat, you can use the standard attack or defense. These ones are a bit more expensive. They both cost 75 DP each, but given what they changed, I think the extra cost is valid. Since it basically is letting you use your normal physical attack for your magic attacks and defense. And of course, psychics have the psychic projection module, which just lets you use combat abilities as psychic projections. This costs...
And that costs like 100.
Yeah, it costs 100 exactly.
But you do get both offense and defense.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you need to be under the right psychic discipline to use defensive psychic powers.
Yeah, you actually
AKA?
need to have, though. You actually need to have the a defensive matrix. We'll get to psychics in more detail later, but just having it doesn't mean you can automatically use it in that manner. What it means is that when doing psychic projection, you can substitute that stat for attack, block, or dodge, as long as you're actually using a psychic power. It's not a, oh, you use this for everything kind of thing. But then there are the martial arts, the unarmed martial arts. This is where some fun comes in. Now, each of them costs 50 DP. Unless you're picking Tau, in which case they cost 20 each. And as I mentioned before, picking a Dao, you get the first one for only 10.
That's one heck of a discount.
Mm-mm. But you do need to qualify for them. Because there are basic martial arts and then there are advanced ones. You can only learn one martial art for every 40 points that you have attack or defense ability developed. Now I say developed in that manner so that if you have an 80 but a good chunk of that is from characteristics or innate bonuses, that doesn't qualify. It's every 40 points you spend on attack or defense. So if you had 80 points in attack and 50 in dodge, you could learn up to 3 martial arts styles. They did have a sidebar about why there aren't martial arts for weapons, but I have a feeling a lot of people didn't agree with their reasoning, because when we get to Dominus X set, we will see exactly that. Kind of.
It's almost as if the anima community community is known for just telling the main devs, like, hey, we understand why you did this, but we disagree.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least the devs were willing to listen to their community.
Yeah. The reason that the core book gave, quote, the answer is that the arms themselves offer the same special characteristics martial arts do. The variability to wield a particular weapon represents the possession of different styles. Two characters who may have the same attack ability with a katana may employ different fencing styles, but even so, each is getting the most possible out of the weapon's characteristics. How they use it is merely a question of aesthetics. On the other hand, the special abilities conferred by the martial arts are considered specific attributes of those unarmed arts, because the human body can be used in many different ways. The closest thing to martial arts with weapons are the style modules, which I understand that, but there's not many style modules compared to martial arts. Which I think is the reason why that was amended when we get to Dominus Exet.
But that's in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah. But the basic martial arts that they go with, each of them has a advantage. Some of them will have requirements. They also will give a bonus to martial knowledge. Some of them will give specific bonuses elsewhere, but that's a case-by-case thing. But there are 10 basic and 10 advanced ones that are listed. The basic ones are Kempo, Capoeira, Tai Chi, Shotokan, Sambo, Kung Fu, Taekwondo, Aikido, Muay Thai, and Grappling. some of these have been. It's once again, it's very nice that you have a variety of martial arts styles represented instead of just assuming everybody is doing karate.
I mean, you say that, but anytime a bunch of martial artists are playing, someone's going to be playing everybody's kung fu fighting regardless.
Yeah, but given that there's like 1,500 different styles of kung fu, you can get away with that. Oh. I know that using the term kung fu in that style is what would be closer to be wushu, but that's going down a rabbit hole I don't feel like going down tonight.
we still have a lot on our plate.
Yeah. But just as an example, Muay Thai, which you need 40 in feats of strength in order to learn, has a attack that has a base damage of 20 plus 3 times your strength bonus, and is treated as a blunt attack. Whereas Tai Chi uses double your power bonus, but is still a blunt attack. It does require the use of ki ability and gives 30 martial knowledge, whereas Muay Thai gives 10.
What's the point of picking grappling if Muay Thai can just do a shit ton more damage?
Because grappling lets you do trapping and takedown maneuvers without penalty. Whereas Muay Thai is just doing raw damage. And keep in mind, because of the way DP works, there's nothing saying you can't have both.
Fair.
I had a player in my campaign tried to pull off a grappling build or like a pure martial arts build, and it probably would have been okay, but he couldn't roll anything higher than a 50.
Yeah. But when it comes to combining them, combining the effects or using additional attacks or the like, if you're using damage, you use the highest final damage that you'd get. Regarding special bonuses, these are innate, and because they're innate bonuses, they have that rule of 50 applied. So that's something to keep in mind when it comes to the innate bonuses that you'd get from martial arts. The advanced styles are ones that are more setting specific. An example of this kind of thing would be Velez, which, if you use this means you can strike using the energy table instead of the blunt table. However, attacks can still be blocked because they're not fully intangible. But in order to use it, you need to know Tai Chi or Kung Fu, as well as the Presence Extrusion Ki ability. It also gives a plus 22 block or dodge when unarmed, and 20 martial knowledge. So, if somebody develops enough martial arts, they're probably going to hit the cap when it comes to innate bonuses. And the downside is that with the advanced martial arts, you do need to have certain investments in order to even get them. And some of them you need to be inhuman in order to get them. Which is possible, but it's not going to be easy. But when it comes to weapons and armor, there, as mentioned before, not only do you have to deal with a certain base damage, a lot of the weapons have a strength requirement. So if you don't have that strength characteristic, you're not using it. When weapons that can be done two-handed do have a higher strength requirement if you want to do one option or the other. Their weapons also can have a certain amount of presence, which gives them resistance to supernatural effects. And there's the optional rule of fortitude and breakage, which I used once in a campaign, and then I realized I made somebody ridiculously powerful because they were breaking everybody else's weapons.
There are ways to make your weapons harder to break with those rules, but it's one of those things where like the player has to build with the idea of making sure my super special sword doesn't break.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But fortitude and breakage are an optional rule, so I think it's a case of at your own risk. And when I mentioned weapon classes, the full type for melee weapons is short arms, which would be things like daggers, hand-to-hands, short swords, axes, maces, swords, two-handed, pole weapons, cords, which are basically flexible weapons, and mixed class weapons. Each of them will have a certain type of damage table that they affect. Cut, impact, thrust, heat, cold, electricity, or energy. And when it comes to special equipment,
we were playing a Tails game.
When it comes to special equipment, even just adding, it is a range of +5 to +25, and even just adding +5 can add a lot to a weapon or armor. Like each +5 to a weapon adds +5 to its attack and block abilities, +5 to speed, +10 to damage, +50 to presence, +5 to breakage, +10 to fortitude, and -1 to the armor type used by the defender. And it should be noted when it comes to the strength requirement, if your strength is lower than the requirement, you have a -10 penalty to use that weapon for each point you're short. With two-handed weapons, they'll have two different strength requirements. One for one hand, one for two hand. If you use the two-hand version, when you're doing final damage, your strength is doubled. And actually, I have to correct myself. The second number for required strength is if you want to use it one-handed. I.e., you need more strength to one-hand a great sword than you would with two hands.
Makes sense.
Some weapons are treated as complex, so they fumble on a 5 or lower. Though if you have mastery, that penalty doesn't exist. And of course, there are things like trapping weapons, which lets you do trapping maneuvers with a lesser penalty. And also, shields, while they do give defensive bonuses, they can also be used as weapons.
Which is nice. A lot of RPGs are like, oh, shields are for defending.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, screw that. I'm Captain America, bitch.
Yep. I mean, in hindsight, I could have probably done that with my warrior mystic, but I just didn't because I didn't think about it.
Mm-hmm.
No, I did. I did. I remember specifically. It's like I didn't have anything else, so I ballistics my shield at a zombie, and it just vivisected it.
Nice.
Yep. But of course, when it comes to projectile weapons, they have a rate of fire and a reload rule. Oh. The that's basically a way to determine how often you can fire them, as well as how long it takes to reload them. And because we're dealing with early Renaissance, unlike a certain litigious RPG, guns and gunpowder are a thing in this universe.
Yay!
As they should be.
Mm-mm. Also, the list of weapons also includes siege weapons.
Like cannons.
Yep.
Trebuchets. Bob from accounting.
So you could use a
Imagine
cannonball as a ranged weapon. It's just that it would have a speed penalty of 100.
But heaven forbid they tell them parry this if filthy casuals and you shoot a cannon at them.
It also has a strength requirement of 14. Or rather, I have to correct myself. It uses strength 14. Oh. Because well, you're firing a damn cannon. A cannon that's meant to take down castles.
True.
But when it comes to armor, as mentioned, you do need to have a certain amount of wear armor. It also determines the armor, the AT value for the different damage tables, which is going to be the main way you reduce damage. Armor is also going to apply a penalty to initiative and certain secondary abilities. And of course, it will note whether it's soft or hard armor. And some will have a movement restriction, usually the heavier ones. However, if for every 50 points your wear armor surpasses the armor requirement, that movement restriction goes down by 1. So, somebody who's really, really good at armor could move around it without being encumbered.
I mean, isn't that the whole part of armor training? You learn how to move in it?
Mm-hmm.
You could also just be a psychic, cast fly on yourself, and just completely circumvent the movement penalty by just flying around.
Do not tempt me. I've been toying with the idea of effectively a legally distinctive battle mind using this system.
I'd say it'd be easier to do that here than other ones. Although I really like the battle mind in 4th, but of course I like the battle mind in 4th. I like 4th in general, and I will not apologize for that. When there was that survey of what's your favorite edition on Twitter the other day, I had responded, my favorite isn't on this list. But that was a bit of a warm up. When it comes to combat, combat is even with the higher numbers, combat can be particularly lethal. And since this is inheriting the traditions of Rollmaster, it can be especially not nice. So, obviously, the first thing is calculating initiative. Remember, your choice of weapon can affect your initiative. In fact, most of the time, it will affect your initiative. It is a case of highest goes first. And some people have had it where you have to re-roll initiative every round. I don't do that. I've only done that once, but it is an option to be done.
We did that for my
Mhm.
campaign, and it definitely made it it made it thematically interesting because
Oh yeah.
when like one person could have had a bad roll for the first round, and the second round they get a really good one.
Mm-hmm. I think it's something that I'd probably end up doing if I'm using, say, Savage Worlds' card-based initiative,
Mm-hmm.
where it's a little bit easier to calculate turn order when you have a set of playing cards as opposed to a 100-sided dice with modifiers. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in terms of how many actions you can do, that is based on the sum of your dexterity plus your agility. So if you cap those out, you'll have 4 actions you can do. If you rolled really bad, you're only going to get 1. And movement does count as an action. And there is a multiple action penalty that is done. This is 25 per abilities used. To be honest, this was one of those early things that I would house rule, where you could do your max number of actions determines the amount of actions you can do safely before you start taking penalties. After that, it's 25. It's 25 for each extra action you do, and once you fail a roll, that's it. Now, I know someone might say, does that mean somebody could do infinite actions with that approach? Not really. Because if you've got a penalty of minus 100, you're probably not getting that roll.
I mean, you could have like if you went and like stacked the deck like with a bunch of bonuses, you may get close to past 100, but it's just like just at what point do you just be like, hey, this is enough.
Yeah. Now, I will note when it comes to the core mechanics, like I said, it is D100 plus modifiers checked against the difficulty. If you roll a 90 or higher, that is an open roll, which explodes. The catch is the threshold for explosion goes up by 1 each time. So you get a 90 the first time, roll it again. If for the next one, you need a 91, then a 92, then it keeps going up by 1 until it gets to 100. So theoretically, it would be possible to do that, but you would need a 15-carat horseshoe stuck where the sun don't shine to get it.
The guy that pretty much one-shotted the dragon got like I think it was 5 or 6 open rolls in a row on that attack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And also the guy was just exceptionally lucky the entire campaign. We called him the main character energy guy for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
They have said horseshoe.
Now, that kind of thing that I mentioned before, that is with active actions. Passive actions don't have that particular penalty. Now, some of them will have other penalties, but that's another matter. So things like defending is considered a passive action. So much like with what I do, we're not dealing with that bullshit of, oh, you can only try and actively defend yourself once every 6 seconds. Because that would be stupid. And I know there are 2 defensive abilities, both block and dodge. The main difference between the 2 is just what bonuses you're going to be using. So depending on how you spread your characteristics, you're going to be using one more than the other. There are ways to make things unblockable or undodgeable, but that is beyond the scope of what we're covering here. And when it comes to attacking, first you make an attack roll. The target makes a block or dodge roll. You compare the results, and that determines how much bonus damage is done. However, the damage can be reduced based on armor type. This is why the type of attack is going to be important. You'd look at the damage difference, then look at the armor type, and that's how you'd calculate final damage. However, if you fail at a certain amount on the combat table, there are certain spots with the letter C. This means the character you are trying to hit can immediately counterattack.
Oh boy.
And there is a whole combat table that goes over this, and it's not like there's different different damage modifiers for different types of damage tables. What it determines is the percentage of damage you're doing, though this was simplified in Core Xset. I'll get to that later. There is a bit of a guideline for damage. But for example, if the difference was 30, and the target had AT0, that's 10% damage. And keep in mind that's 10% of your weapon's damage. On the other hand, if the difference was 70 and they have AT0, that's 70% of your weapon's damage. So it doesn't sound like much, but it can spiral very quickly, especially once you get to the higher tiers.
And also for the viewers at home, that graph he's referencing goes all the way down to a difference of 400 plus.
Mm-hmm. And
now that just the graph is an entire page itself.
Yep. If you had 400% damage with a a weapon that has a damage rating of 20 and they don't have any armor, that's 80 damage. And keep in mind, attacks can be subject to the open roll too. On the other hand, if there's even a -1 difference, the target gets a counterattack. If it's a worse difference, they get a counterattack with a bonus to their attack.
Yes, the defense rolls, they can open roll as well.
Mm-hmm. This is why I said 135 life points may sound like a lot at the start, but in practice it isn't as much.
This is the kind of game that if the dice gods hits you that much, you could pretty much have your character killed by the end.
Oh yeah, I've seen my fair share of wipes, and there is a multiple defense penalty that can occur. For basically each successive attack is harder to block or dodge. Honestly, it starts at 30 with the second attack and then goes up 20 more with each one after that. Honestly, I don't mind that, because accuracy by volume kind of thing.
Yeah.
It would also mean that even your tank can't just block everything and be fine.
It makes it nice. Makes it so that you can't just you gotta think about positioning a lot more than something like a certain D20 system.
Mm-hmm. But I appreciate that even as somebody who plays a lot of fighting games, one of the easy ways to piss someone off is turtling. And I feel like grappling moves are specifically designed against those people who try and hold block all the time.
Not enough about low tier god.
Now, there are some special purpose attacks you can do. You could do directed attacks, which is basically a cold shot. You could do a takedown, which is exactly what it sounds like. A knockout is also possible, or things like putting someone at weapon's point.
I don't remember that last one.
Mm-hmm. Basically putting the knife up to their necks or something like that, as if to say, if I wanted to kill you, I could kill you right now. Oh. Obviously, disarming is a option. And I already mentioned trapping, which is trapping to immobilize someone. It does, and this is why you would want to take grappling, because normally trapping has a penalty of 40. On the other hand, when you try to grapple, the target's AT is treated as 0. And I already mentioned area attack. Hit several opponents at once. This normally has a 50 penalty, but if you have the area attack module, it's just 25. It is a case of everybody who you could hit defends against one final attack score. If somebody gets to counterattack, then the area attack is halted at that person. Now, as far as how many targets you can hit, it depends on the size of the weapon. Small and medium weapons can only reach 3 and 4 opponents respectively. Large weapons can reach 5. So right out of the gate, even though you are penalized, you do have a means to do the whirlwind attack without having to spend half of your levels building it up. No, I'm not letting that go.
Nor should you.
There is no reason I should have to do that much work just to do the Zelda spin attack.
Something that you learn at the very beginning of A Link to the Past, by the way.
Yeah. But when it comes, I mentioned before fortitude and breakage. This is a way for you to break a weapon. Each time a character tries to block an attack, they have to make a fortitude check to see if their weapon breaks. The attacker rolls 1d10, adds the result to the breakage of his weapon. If the final number is higher than the fortitude of the weapon breaks. Weapons that have a quality bonus, they just lose a level of quality. And armor fortitude works in a similar manner. Like I mentioned, this is a optional rule, and the only reason I don't use it as much anymore is because this could screw you over very, very quickly.
Yeah, for example, player rolls very poorly on their attack, while the defender open rolls 3 times, and oh, there goes your sword.
Yep. Especially since high strength can add to breakage. And if you attempt to do unarmed blocking, when it comes to the whole fortitude and breakage, you can suffer chip damage. Essentially, if you attempt an unarmed block, you have to make a fortitude check against the attacking weapon using your own fortitude. So either Constitution or Dexterity. If it indicates a break, you take 5 points of damage for each point in which you failed the check.
Heaven forbid we are not allowed to break bones in a TTRPG.
Mm-hmm. So, when it comes to... And that's hand-to-hand combat. When it comes to ranged combat, there are some interesting things there. First off, ranged combat does not grant counterattacks. Or rather, does not grant the bonuses to counterattacks. So if they end up screwing up, you get the counterattack, but you don't get the bonus.
As long as you have a weapon that can reach them.
Yeah. Obviously, if you've got a sword and somebody tries to shoot at you with a crossbow and they fail, but they were like 30 yards away, you're not going to be able to instantly counterattack them. Although that would be funny.
If you're a psychic and you know ballistics, you could counterattack with your sword.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But obviously weapons have an effective range. Although if you do have a higher strength, you can increase that range. Specifically for projectile type weapons. And of course, weapons have a maximum range because that's when they'd fall to the ground. And at higher tiers, you do need a special quality weapon in order to do it. But for example, somebody who's got a strength of 8 adds 60 feet to the weapon range for a ranged weapon. And I have to correct myself. It's not thrown weapons only. It's any ranged weapon can get that strength bonus,
Including the aforementioned cannon.
Like, I would rule if it's something like a crossbow or a gun, it wouldn't get that range bonus. But
crossbow I could see,
like
crossbow and gun I could see. Bow, a little less so.
Yeah.
No, especially since bows are I have tried drawing bows, especially those big old English longbows. Those are not easy.
Oh yeah, I used to bow hunt, and the fact that it's like, oh no, you don't use strength for the bow, you use dexterity. It's like, look, my gymnastics X would never be able to go and pull this bow, but okay.
Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, when it comes to initiative, there are still penalties based on just having your weapon, as mentioned before. Though if there's an initiative difference between attacker and target of 25 or less, they're treated as simultaneous. But in addition to that, you can defend against projectiles. Though it does take a penalty. You do have the option of a rain of projectiles, so a parallel to area attack. Which Which means instead of rolling each attack separately, you have a bunch of attacks at once. However, if you do that, it does have a rule of 60 that has to be applied. Basically, if you suffer attacks from more than 10 adversaries who don't have a difference of more than 60 between their attack abilities, that's when you can consider it a rain of projectiles. To calculate the final attack, just add 150 to the highest attack ability among the group. So this is basically when you want a swarm who's firing arrows to block out the sun. When it comes to reload time, that is basically determining how many combat turns it takes to fire a weapon again. And this does mean that even though firearms can be powerful, they also have a high reload time. You can reduce reload time by 1 turn, but by doing so, you suffer a cumulative penalty of 25. This does mean that if you want to take the penalties, you can multi-shot. And on the other hand, throw weapons don't have the reload problem, but they do have rate of fire.
Mm-hmm.
Which basically determines how many of them you could throw in a single turn. Not an action, a turn. So if a weapon has like the example they give is a rate of fire of 40, so every 40 points of attack or sleight of hand, whichever one's higher, that determines how many you could throw. So if you've got 120 in that case, you could throw you could throw 3 of them per turn. Each additional one after the first has a -10 penalty. And of course, when it comes to criticals, this is not a case of automatic hit and doing double damage. For some people, that might be preferable. But
Yeah.
This is succeeding Rollmaster, so that's not what this is doing. So criticals are more akin to massive damage here. Insert joke about giant enemy crab.
Oh, here's this giant enemy crab.
So you suffer a critical if you take damage that would be at least half your remaining life points. Not half your total life points, half your remaining ones. So the closer you are to death, the closer you are to getting critically fucked. So first off, when it comes to criticals, you roll D100 and add that to the damage produced by the attack. That is the critical level. Any amount above 200 is reduced by half and added to the total. When you suffer a critical, you have to do a physical resistance check against the level of the critical. If the resistance check is higher, you don't suffer further effects from critical aside from life point damage. If you fail it, the difference between the critical and that check determines the effects of the critical. So a 1 to 50 all action penalty equal to the crit level. This goes down by 5 points per turn afterwards. 51 to 100 does same as the first tier, but the penalty only diminishes up to half of its value. 101 to 150, same as the previous tier, but if the hit is on a limb, which is randomly generated, it is completely destroyed or amputated. If it goes to the head or the heart, you die. If it's above 150, you do have to roll for location, and the target is immediately unconscious. And if they do not get medical attention in a number of minutes equal to their constitution, they die.
Deficit critical on anyone?
So, like I said, criticals are more akin to massive damage, and this is why the more damage you take, the more vulnerable you are to criticals. So far, what do you guys think of how combat works?
Protect your squishies, or they're gonna go splat real fast.
High chance of jibs. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
But
I feel like we're missing something. I remember back whenever we played, the DM house ruled something where it's like, if you get attacked and the attack lands, you'd lose your turn, and he made it sound like that was in the base rules, and he completely ignored that. I may be thinking of another system though.
No, there's nothing like that to my knowledge, and truth be told, that's not something I would do anyways, because that's opening the door to stun locking.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there are certain caveats when it comes to using supernatural abilities in combat. The main thing is that instead of using attack as their combat ability, they use magic projection. Unless you have the module I mentioned before. But before I get into that, I need to unfortunately hit the BRB one more time. So I'll see you guys in a minute.
Okay.
Okie dokies.
Sounds good.
the big thing when it comes to combat is you could kind of look at your attack and defensive stats as almost a point budget, because a lot of stuff. In fact, this could be one particular point of critique. There are a lot of penalties to everything when it comes to actions and the like. However, I still think that is a case of glass houses, because that can apply to just about any game with a detailed system, including mine. But the most dangerous types of attacks are energy attacks. Now, you might think, oh, energy attacks, that sounds like a Kamehameha. Not really. Energy attacks are more akin to ghost touching. Because these are attacks that do not have any physical substance. I guess I'd say the equivalent of aggravated damage in World of Darkness, which is the worst type of damage to deal with because there's little you can do about it.
Oh yeah, energy damage is very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the times, like, unless it's another magic caster or a psychic, they may not even see the attack coming.
And sometimes there's nothing you can't block it. Your block is treated at your block or dodge is treated as 0. Rather, let me correct myself. You can dodge energy attacks the same way you dodge projectiles, but you cannot block them normally. But in the same vein,
also work?
Good.
Doesn't that also go the other way? If you got a character that does a crap ton of energy damage, you could also pretty much just nuke your opponents?
Not every... it depends on whether or not they have energy armor, which there are plenty of ways to get that.
Mm-hmm.
Energy damage is not easy to get, and it's not easy to block. The main type of damage you'll see is things like cut, thrust, or impact. Slightly less common is going to be things like cold, heat, or electricity. And even less common than that is area attacks. So keep that in mind. Now, that brings us to the 3 powers, and I think the first one we have to talk about is Ki. The one that everybody can get without having to do some ridiculous buy-in.
Mm-hmm.
Bullshit!
I've already talked about how I'm not a fan of it.
I'm just happy to be learning about this. I'm just happy to be learning about the system since I only know a little bit about it from when I got to read the book some years ago.
Mm-hmm. So Ki is a force that is present in all forms of life. It surrounds us, it binds us, it penetrates us, it brings the universe together. Oh wait, I'm talking about duct tape. Never mind.
Duct tape, midi-chlorians, children in a marriage. Same difference.
Oh. I know a lot of people hate the midi-chlorians thing. I think that there was a way that it could have been done. Think of it as
like, wasn't that what George wanted to do for his next 3 Star Wars movies?
Mm-hmm.
But instead, Disney was like, "Hey, let's just wing it and see what happens.
Yeah. Oh. We know how that went, and I've already done a reconstruction of that particular thing that is 100 times better. And I'm not saying that with any arrogance, but the idea of Ki's origin is this is the energy that is created by the connection between souls and the physical world that they live in. And this concept of soul is not just living things. If a stone breaks in half, its soul divides by 2. And the term dominion is used to describe people who have the ability to control their internal energy, that ki, and use it to perform extranormal abilities. Now, one of the core stats to deal with when it comes to ki, any sort of ki use, is martial knowledge. You'll acquire this naturally as you move up in level. You can also spend DP to increase it further. If you learn martial arts, that's another way to increase it, as well as the martial mastery advantage that you can get at character creation. Your martial knowledge is going to be your points budget for developing ki abilities and developing techniques. Now, when it comes to actually using ki abilities, this is determined by ki points and accumulation. In some games, this is an MP equivalent that is based on 1 ability score or something like that. We're not doing that here. We are using 5 different characteristics to determine ki.
Yes.
Strength, dexterity, agility, constitution, power, and willpower. Each of these is going to determine your pool of ki points, as well as how many points you accumulate per round when you focus on building ki. So, your pool of ki points for each characteristic is basically that characteristic. If you have it over 10, you get 2 points for each point over 10. So if you've got a dexterity of 13, you have 16 ki points. Now, accumulation is your ability to charge up ki in order to use it. If your characteristic is 9 or less, it's one accumulation for that type. If it's 10, then it's 2. And it can go higher. The highest it's going to go is 4. That being said, that's the base amount. You can spend development points to increase your ki points as well as ki accumulation. Each time you spend it, you have to determine which characteristic is getting the increase. Ki recovers at a rate of 1 point per hour for each characteristic, and twice as much if you're concentrating. This is something I usually hand wave away because I'm not interested in that sort of simulationism. You can use ki points per turn based on accumulation. If the accumulation isn't enough, you can keep ki points you've gained and continue to gather points throughout the next turns. If you perform actions while accumulating ki, then accumulation is half, rounded up. However, once you've concentrated on accumulating ki, you immediately have to use it, otherwise they dissipate. And if you have a total accumulation of over 20, your character's aura becomes visible.
Pretty much, you're going Super Saiyan.
Mm-hmm.
And
Or you're
also,
channeling the power of Hokuto Shinken.
yeah.
So think of ki
Also, Zen.
as
Sorry.
starting at 0, and as you accumulate, you gain more ki up to its cap.
And also, Ki has this, and Zen has this as well, or Xeon has this as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and we'll get to Xeon when we cover magic. But key abilities are usually passive, and they are more, and they either take generic key points, i.e., you can spend it from any characteristic, or they don't spend it at all. The foundational one is use of key, and that requires 40 martial knowledge. Now, which may sound like a similar buy-in to what you see with magic and psychics, but getting 40 martial knowledge is not hard. It is especially not hard depending on if you have one of the technician classes or one of the dominate classes, because for a technician, first off, at first level they're going to start with 50. and second off, a Tau starts with 30 and gains 30 every level. And remember, you can get 10 or 20 martial knowledge just from developing, just from learning a martial art. I don't know why I said developing there. And as mentioned, the accumulation multiple just means that you can charge up ki more easily. For every time you invest that amount of development points, you add 1.2 ki accumulation to one characteristic. So, for example, a Tau, they can get +1 ki for just 2 development points, and they can get an additional additional accumulation for 15. So, like I said, getting 40 martial knowledge, if you know what you're doing with Technician and Tau, you're going to have that at first level.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that if you only have 40, that does mean that you're not going to be able to get other stuff, but there's ways to do that. And there's a whole... On the character sheet itself, there's a whole skill tree that covers the key abilities and which ones are required.
Oh. Now I'm being attacked by cats.
Oh, like at the base level, you have being able to use key. Obviously, after that is key control, where you can start learning Dominion techniques. Then key detection, where you can sense key. Erudition lets you determine the strength of key. Things like weight elimination lets you... This is where we get into the full-on wire fu shit. Where weight elimination lets you run across any surface at your full movement value. And it only costs 1 key per round.
And you
Yep.
can
Levitation.
jump up to, like, what, 70 feet?
Mm-hmm. You can... Levitation, which is the next step after weight elimination, lets you fly equal to 1/4 your movement value, and it costs 1 key per minute.
Oh, weight elimination. All you need is use of key.
Yep.
So for a grand total of 50 martial art knowledge, you can run on water.
Mm-hmm. Object motion lets you move objects over a distance as long as they're within sight. It costs 1 key for every 10 pounds. Flight gives you full flight. Basically, take what I said with levitation and remove the 1/4 restriction. So this is literally the difference between jump good and flying. Presence extrusion,
What's the flying speed.
the flight value is your movement value with flight. But
Okay.
presence extrusion lets you create a key aura around yourself so you can touch energy. This means that things that would be invulnerable to natural attacks, that doesn't apply with anymore. As long as it's up to twice your presence. So this does mean if somebody tries to throw a fireball at you, you could slice it. Of course, then there's energy armor, which gives you a armor type 2 against energy attacks, but doesn't count under the layers of protection penalties. You don't even have to spend key for that. You just have it.
Yep, once you get it, it's just always on.
Mm-hmm. Aura extension, which is the next step from presence extrusion, lets you make it so channel your key into weapons so they're harder to break. As well as make them hit harder. Increases base damage by 10 and adds 10 to fortitude and 5 to breakage. So not only is your weapon harder to break, it's easier for you to break people's weapons and armor. So that is a pretty fun effect. Just imagine the bandits pull out swords, and you just make so that their swords are now butter knives. But another evolution of presence extrusion is destruction by key.
Hello, Beerus.
Yep. Where you spend 1 point, the target has to do a physical resistance check against your presence. If used on a living creature, this causes damage equal to the failure level of the target. And no worries on the lurks, Cecilia. Hope you enjoy your time. Now, when it comes to inorganic objects, which can have a resistance value in some cases, unless they pass it by 40, they either lose 1 degree of quality or are destroyed. So Hakai is not far off. And even though it costs 1 point minimum, you can spend additional key to increase your presence by 5 per point spent for the purposes of this effect. So just a straight up delete button. of course, after getting use of ki, you can take ki transmission, which does exactly what it sounds like. Or ki healing. For every one ki point spent, you can restore 2 life points. You can do this on yourself or on somebody you touch. But it can only repair half their max, up to half their max. You can't fully heal somebody with it. On the other hand, you've got use of necessary energy, which basically means you only need the minimum amount of energy to do normal actions. It basically means that you don't run out of fatigue as much as normal people. It also means the number of fatigue points you're allowed every turn increases from 2 to 5. But then you have key concealment, the whole I'm suppressing my energy thing. which is exactly what it sounds like. It basically makes it harder for someone to use key detection on you. Then there's false death. Exactly what you think it is. Things like elimination of necessities, so you only need 1/10 of food, water, and sleep. Penalty reduction. You can reduce penalties from fatigue or criticals by half. So this means somebody trying to do that headshot might have a harder time. Then recovery, so you can get fatigue by spending 5 ki points. Characteristic augmentation, which lets you just say, I'm spending ki to give myself a higher characteristic. Now, granted, you can only do this up to 3 points higher than normal, and you have to spend ki equal to what the characteristic would be after this. In addition, it costs 1 ki per turn to maintain. So you could use this to boost up your characteristics, but you're going to be burning through ki very quickly. And of course, then there's Inhumanity and Zen, which lets you get Inhuman and Zen level results. But at that point, you are so far beyond human, it is not even funny. Red Fate says, spend ki to make myself smarter. But the bigger thing is Dominion techniques, which there are a few listed examples, but the big thing, and this is why I would have to skim it, a large amount of techniques is about making custom abilities. So essentially you have a custom spell set up right out of the gate. When it comes to using techniques, you do need accumulation and ki. This is where that rule comes into play very significantly. But there are 3 tiers of techniques: basic, major, arcane. Each of them has a maximum budget of martial knowledge. And remember, your total martial knowledge is your budget for both ki abilities and techniques. A minimum amount, as well as how many disadvantages that technique can have. And there is kind of a pyramid rule with it. If you want to get a 2nd level technique, you need 2 1st level. If you want to get an arcane technique, you need 2 2nd level. and each potential effect will have a degree of effect. What the key cost if you're using the primary characteristic or the secondary characteristic, how many martial knowledge points it adds to that budget, how many key points it takes to maintain it if it is something that can be maintained, and whether or not it's a basic level or second or third level effect. There are optional characteristics for each, which you can take instead, but they have a higher cost. And there's a lot of options to that, and even more came up from Dominus Exet. And of course, you can reduce the martial knowledge cost through disadvantages. But to illustrate what can be done, I think it'd be best to look at one of the 3 sample technique trees. Which one do you think I should demonstrate? Celeritas, the Speedy Boy one, Ignis, the Fire, or the Dragon?
Fire good.
Yeah, so it was either going to be Fire or Dragon. So let's do Fire.
All right. The fire technique tree that they give is Ignis. And I call it a tree, but it's not really in that sense. But that's the best way to describe it. So, first is Fjör, which basically lets your weapon do fire damage as well as add 25 points to damage, and uses the heat table instead of the weapon's normal damage. In order to use it, it costs 5 will, 1 power, 3 strength key. You have to maintain 1 will and 1 strength key to maintain it. It requires 20 martial knowledge. The second technique, which is also level 1, is Le Faux, which is basically a fireball. It has a range of 60 feet. It doesn't use your weapon's damage. It uses twice your base presence plus your power bonus, and has a plus 40 to the attack. Then there's the first level 2 technique, Horeca, which I'd say is the more traditional fireball spell, as most people know it. Oh, I forgot to mention, Le Faux costs 5 will, 3 dex, 3 power, and 1 strength. Horeca, which costs 10 will, 6 dex, 6 power, and 2 strength, and 40 martial knowledge, is a big ol' local AoE with a 150-foot radius.
Yeah, no, you just explode now.
Mm-hmm. It does double your weapon's original base damage. But in order to use it, you have to have the first technique, Fjör, active. Then there's Vatra, which is described as charging like a phoenix on fire. Adds 75 to attack and damage, and 40 to critical. Costs 11 will, 6 dex, 6 power, 1 strength, 3 con, 40 martial knowledge. And you have to have Fjör active in order to use it.
Flambe, anyone?
The level 3 technique is Eld. In order to use it, you have to take damage. But you increase the base damage equal to twice the amount of LP you sacrificed. It has a plus 150 to the attack, It requires 60 martial knowledge and costs Will 19, Dex 10, and Strength 10. And you have to have Fear active in order to use it. So, I think you can see the difference in effect between first, second, and third level key abilities here.
Oh yeah.
So basically, if Ken Masters went all in with his innate, well, firepower.
Mm-mm. And keep in mind that this technique series, this is all based on the technique creation system. There were only 3 that were in the core book. In Dominus X set, there's a lot more, as well as more options for creating key abilities and a unified alternative approach.
Heaven forbid to that, there's probably an ice one out there.
It wouldn't be hard to just take that
there's absolutely.
There is, and you could just change the elemental binding disadvantage in the Ignis tree to be ice. It's not that it wouldn't be that hard. Same goes with any other element. So if you want to do the same thing but have it be lightning. But before we get into magic, what do you guys think of the way Ki works?
I want to burn things.
Like,
Just
he's
the
definitely.
Just the fact that we can effectively create whatever the fuck we want, it just effectively just opens it's like the ultimate key sandbox at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like if you're already in one of the like martial hand-to-hand classes, going and dipping into key techniques is like makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And not even if you're doing something like a warrior and you're just going and getting different domain key abilities to
Mm-hmm.
help flesh out your build is really nice.
Oh yeah. And there's also this is why I brought up Technician and Tau, because while everybody can do it, Technician is the best at key. So I think you can see why I called them a key mage earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But then we get into magic.
Oh boy, like I'm be honest, Monk. I'm surprised you didn't make this the magic section be its own episode.
The only reason I didn't is because I have a limited time frame when it comes to this series before I tackle Sword World again.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to work with what I could. But obviously, we're not going to go into all of the spells because that would be a bit much.
Bunch. There's a bunch, and there's rules in here for you to make your own spells.
Yes. So there isn't that whole multiple resource thing like there was with Ki. Your main resource is Xeon. This is how much Xeon you start out with is based on your power characteristic, and you can get more through leveling up and through spending DP. The second stat you have to consider is magic accumulation. This is going to determine how long it's going to take you to cast spells that cost a certain amount of Xeon. This is also based on your power characteristic, and this can be increased by investing DP. Now, you have a base amount, and then you have the multiples, which is basically how many times the base magic accumulation is multiplied to find out how many Xeon points you accumulate. You start out with 1, and you get more by spending more DP. So you do have to balance them, because if you have a lot of Xeon but low accumulation, you can cast a lot of spells, but it takes your sweet time to do so. On the other hand, you don't have to declare what spell you're preparing. You can just accumulate pure magic. However, if you do that, you had better make sure that once you figure out what spell you're going to cast, you cast it in one turn, because if you don't, those concentrated points go back to your reserve, and you lose 10 points in the process.
Yeah.
And as long as you've got accumulation through, as long as you've got Xeon through accumulation, you can cast as many spells in a turn as you want. But that doesn't mean but as long as it's basically you can do as much as you want as long as you can pay up. Now, you can after you've accumulated Xeon, you can hold it for a number of rounds based on power. After that waiting period, you have to either use it or lose it. If you lose it, the Xeon that you accumulated goes back to your reserve, minus 10. And of course, magic projection, as I kind of hinted at before, is kind of your attack stat for spells, as well as your defense. It also determines your maximum distance of spells. Well, unless the spell has the range as yourself. You can also imbalance magic projection, basically taking away from defense to add to attack, or vice versa. The catch is this difference cannot be more than 30 points. And of course, you can do. There are things like spell clashing, so you can do the good old beam struggle if you so choose. And your accumulation also determines how much innate magic you have. Basically, think of it as a kind of free Xeon. So, I know some of you are making Gundam jokes, but for example, if your accumulation is 10, any spell that costs 10 Xeon or less, you can cast without having to spend anything.
Cantrips.
Mm-hmm. And of course, there are magic containers that can act as their own Xeon reserve that you could use, basically magic batteries. But if you use them, they're not going to get that energy back on their own. So think of it less like a magic battery and more like an E-tank. There are also magic amplifiers. Yeah, there are also magic amplifiers which add to your magic accumulation. Usually at a range of 5 to 25. Some of them are powerful enough that they can allow you to regenerate Xeon more. But when it comes to spells itself, this is where we have to get into the paths, or why there is a Sephiroth on the character sheet. So there are about 11 different primary schools of magic. light, darkness, creation, destruction, necromancy, fire, earth, air, water, essence, and illusion. Each of these have a level of sorts. Essentially level points you can spend based on your intelligence to get levels in those particular paths. So if you capped out intelligence at 10, you would have a maximum magic level of 50, meaning you have a total of 50 levels you can spend across the different paths. Every few levels, there are what's known as free access spells. These are spells you can pick from a list at certain levels that are more cantrip than some of the other spells, although some of the early ones are definitely cantrips. You can also use magic level to just learn specific spells instead of learning from a path. And the spells that are level 81 or higher are high magic and divine magic. Divine magic is spells of 91 or above. To have these, you need to have a certain amount of gnosis. 25 or 40 respectively. Because these are spells that are used by very powerful supernatural beings and freaking gods.
I mean, like, just because it's in the book doesn't mean the player has access to use it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. And in addition to that, you do have... There are ways to ritualize spells, which allows them to get a better range for the spell, but it also increases how much Xeon it costs. And of course, there are grimoires, which are a way to use a spell even if you don't know it. But if you do that, your accumulation is half. Now, one thing that could be done early on, and this was phased out with Core X set and then later on with Arcana X set, is you could overspend on Xeon to add to the effect. The maximum Xeon was usually some multiplier of 10, 20, 30, 40, or 50 times your intelligence. This would fall by the wayside and just have 4 tiers of spell that you could access based on your intelligence characteristic. Because what that effectively was replaced with the metamagic tree, which we will get to in 2 weeks. But like I said, because of the fact that spell levels that you gain a new spell every other level, there's about 50 spells per each path, and that includes the free access spells. But one of the other rules that's in place is that developing spells along one path does make it harder to develop on the other path. It becomes on a 2-for-1 basis. Except for necromancy. If you develop necromancy, it becomes more expensive to develop on every other spell, because necromancy is a perversion of the soul flow. But let's see. What would be a good... I'm trying to think what would be a good spell path to use as an example if I want to showcase what high and divine magic can really do.
That's the issue here.
Yeah,
It's like, granted, I never played a spellcaster, but every time I skim through this section of the book, I'm like, ooh, this would be nice. Ooh, this would be nice. And it just quickly just goes off the rails.
Mm-hmm. But give me one of the paths, and I'll show an example of high and divine magic for that path. Just pick one
Let's
at
go
random.
with light.
We're going with light.
Why not? Yeah, I mean, we are talking about divine beings, so why not just start with the obvious?
Okay. So one of the high magics at level 86 is Reflecting Prism. Creates a body of light that works like a prismatic shield, reflecting any spell, psychic attack, or key technique back at the caster. For the charge to be reflected back, it must lose a clashing spells check at an equivalent of 100 base damage. It is also necessary to make a successful block using the prism. If defending against an area attack, it doesn't reflect the entire spell, it'll just you. You can boost the clashing spell damage as well as resistance by spending additional Xeon. The base cost is 160. So that is an example of high magic. As far as divine magic, Ascension, which costs 300 Xeon and changes your material essence for divine energy.
You're a god now, Harry.
This is how a high gnosis person could turn someone into a god. On the other hand, the spell has to be maintained. So it's not it isn't a permanent effect. On the other hand, the level 100 spell is Holocaust of Light, which costs 600 Xeon, and it is basically a nuke. If any of you remember the Wrath of God spell in Magic the Gathering, it's that.
I was thinking exactly just that.
Even light elementals are not immune to this. It creates a dome that dissolves everything. The dome has a radius of 300 feet, attacks using the energy table, has a base damage of 350. Anyone receiving damage, no matter how small, has to beat a magic resistance check at 160 or be joined with the light and destroyed completely. It is not possible to designate specific targets. Everyone but the caster is affected.
Yeah, I have a bit of a confession. You see, I choose to play Esper when playing Magic the Gathering, and Wrath of God was always one of my favorites when I just said, fuck you.
I cast the I win card.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. All systems ready.
Snatch pebble from hand.
Warning.
Yeah, you thought this was going to be a talk on anima, and then I flipped the script and asked, "Who wants some Wang?"
Oh,
we want
jeez.
it, right? Yeah, we deserve that
Who
one.
want the some way?
And I know some of you are groaning at that, but I remind you, Shadows of the Damned exists. The game that had the primary weapon of the boner.
I love that fucking game.
A classic. to be certain.
Best Suda 51 game I've ever played.
But I will note the essence spell path has been described as FMA style alchemy because it is all about changing things, whereas creation and destruction
Right.
are either adding or reducing something.
And for the love of God, please do not try to make a dog or human hybrid. Thank you very much.
I mean, that's just a higher end creation spell, divine level creation spell. Just
Honestly, a
make
creation
yourself
mage
a little.
could probably pull, a creation or essence mage could probably pull that off without any problems. But before we get to magic, before we get to not magic, before we get to summoning, what do you think of the way spellcasting works?
I was expecting over the top magic, and this game delivers.
I love it.
It's definitely different than a like, oh, you have this many spell slots. It's very much like, hey, you can cast a bunch of low level spells really quickly, or you can charge up and cast some higher level spells.
Mm-hmm.
Amen to that. And you're not just restricting it to just using it once.
Nope.
Oh yeah. So when it comes to summoning, this is where we get some interesting things, because you might think, okay, this is just covering summoning a buddy. Oh, it covers that and FF style summoning. We'll get to that. But for one thing,
Blastoise.
summoning does not require the gift. Now, there are four, as mentioned before, there are 4 skills tied to summoning. And Red Fate says, create memories gives trauma.
Yes.
So, the four abilities are summon, control, bind, and banish. Summon is bringing supernatural beings into the world. Control is your ability to subjugate them, usually by forming a spiritual bond with it and make so it can obey your orders. Bind is trapping it inside a physical object or inside a living creature. So, demon host, here we come.
And hello, Ergomontus.
Yep. Oh, we'll get to him later. And banish is forcing a supernatural being to return to the soul flux. Basically, each one of them has a certain difficulty based on the level of whatever you're trying to use it on, and a certain Xeon cost. And in the case of Bond, you have to spend that Xeon cost daily to reinforce it. As long as it's bound, it can't free itself in that manner. Now, when it comes to summoning, obviously it's a D100 roll. I will note that if you botch a summoning, it could go the other way.
Yeah. It's like when a summoning gets screwed up, it screws up bad.
Mm-hmm. Now, when it comes to control, which is going to work on a similar manner. Control has a duration usually of an hour. After that hour, they can try to free itself, or they can try to free itself if they are given an order that directly contradicts their nature. If that happens, they have to make a new control check. However, maintaining domination doesn't cost additional Xeon. And a creature that you control you cannot absorb Xeon from it. If you try that, then the bond immediately breaks.
Oh no.
I mean, in some situations you'd want that summoned creature to be free.
Mm-mm. Now, bind, as mentioned, traps it inside an object. The size of the object doesn't matter as much. So if you're thinking of the trap in Ghostbusters, that's one angle. I know some people are going to be thinking of Pokemon, but no, we're going with the binding rods that Raido Kuzunoha uses instead. Because fuck you all, that's why. I'm not going for that low-hanging fruit. Now, whoever has the artifact can make the entity come out or go back in at will. However, it costs a certain amount of Xeon each day to maintain it. And the presence of a creature determines what vessels can contain it. If the object doesn't have a presence bigger than the target, it can't hold it. Living beings are the exception. They can hold up to twice their presence. And you can have multiple creatures inside one vessel, so long as the combined presence doesn't break that cap. And of course, with banish, it is the GTFO button.
Eviction notice.
Yep, if you beat the check, the creature is immediately expelled and goes back to either the Soul Flux or the Wake. The difference in beating it determines how many days that can pass before the entity can rematerialize, if it can by itself. And of course, there are modifiers to that, and being able to summon by groups, as well as how Gnosis can. If you're trying to summon something that has a higher Gnosis than then you're gonna have a hard time. In addition to that, when you develop summoning, you can specialize in a certain element, which gives you a bonus of 30 to that element, but a penalty of 30 to any other element. And if it's the direct opposite element, it's a minus 60 penalty. But if you fail to summon really, really bad, like we mentioned earlier, you could be summoned to the presence of whatever you were trying to summon, or even something completely not what you were trying to summon. If you fail to control really badly, you could be the one getting puppeted for the rest of your life.
Yeah, just make sure you don't try to bite off more than what you can chew.
Mm-hmm. If you fail to bind at the worst case, the binding becomes reversed, and your essence is bound to whatever you were trying to bind. And if it dies, you die. Additionally, any creatures that you had bound or controlled are automatically freed and are immune to your summoning abilities. Oh yeah, and you lose all your Xeon. Uh, if you catastrophically fail to banish, the banishment is reversed. So not only did you not give him the eviction notice, he brought his friends. All of his friends are immune to your banish ability, more powerful than what you're trying to banish, and you lose all your Xeon.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things. Again, it's like, yeah, summoners can be really powerful, but
Yep.
when they screw up, it's like nearly campaign changing.
There is a quote-unquote safer approach to summoning, and that is familiars. The First off, in order to forge the bond to create a familiar, it needs to be at the same presence level of you, or no more than 5 higher or lower, or 1 level. Obviously, the familiar has to accept it, and only beings between worlds and spirits can become familiars. When this is done, the caster has to do a bind check as if the creature was 2 levels higher, and invest 10 times the amount of Xeon that would be required to bind it. If it's successful, the summoner and the creature are bound together. To maintain the bond, you have to spend half of the binding cost. And this is automatically subtracted from your Xeon regeneration, which is why non-wizards aren't going to have familiars.
Is there any limit to a number of familiars?
What you can pay up.
Alright, that's fair.
And remember, you still have to pass the binding check, so if you fail that, we'll see what we said a few minutes ago. But also that there's a kind of door swings both ways when it comes to binding, because if you take damage, if the familiar takes damage, you can get hurt too. This is basically if they take damage, you have to take a physical resistance check. If you fail it, you suffer an all-action penalty for the next few hours. If you fail it by more than 60, and the familiar died, you die as well. On the other hand, familiars can level up with you.
Ooh, that's actually cool.
Because unlike binding, where the essence is frozen, both of you are essentially sharing parts of your essence with each other. So when the summoner gets a new level, the familiar gets a level as well and gets 100 development points as normal. This also means that a spellcaster who has a familiar can launch spells as if the origin point was the familiar instead of themselves. Although that does cut accumulation by half. So there is certainly a lot of hurdles to get over if you want to want to do familiars. But there are also benefits. Now, Invocation, on the other hand, this is where we get the FF-style summon. First off, in order to even do it, you have to agree to the pact of whatever you're trying to summon, whatever you're trying to have an invocation with. In order to use it, you have to make a summoning check. And again, in order to even set up the pact in the first place, that itself is its own summoning check. And of course, worst case scenario, you could fail it.
What could possibly go wrong?
Mm-hmm. And if you want to execute the invocation, that requires a summoning check as well as spending Xeon. But the main invocations that were in the core book were based on Arcana and Reversed Arcana. And each one has a certain thing that they are asking the summoner to do for their pact to be sealed. For example, the Death Arcana requires that you suffer a near-death experience and then recover. You have to reach the state between life and death and then pass the check that has without outside intervention. The difficulty to summon the Death Arcana is 300. And using it costs 600 Xeon.
So no casting Doom on the opposing team.
Mm-mm. Though invoking the Death Arcana isn't killing. What it does is it completely cures the invoker or a designated subject of any negative or damaging effect active. Even missing limbs are regenerated. In addition, no spell can overcome the Death Arcana's effect. On the other hand, the reversed version of Death asks for the summoner to kill a large group of people for no other reason than fulfilling the pact. The number of victims depends on the character's power, but it is never less than 50. And
you know, that actually would be perfect if you're some sort of sociopath.
Mm-hmm. The difficulty for the summon check is 300. It costs 600 Xeon. It does a energy attack within hand-to-hand distance. The attack ability is 240 plus 10 for every 10 points in which the invoker exceeded the difficulty. The target has to pass a magic resistance check with a difficulty of 140 or die. So, yeah, invocations are damn powerful, and I feel like any one of the Arcana invocations is a whole campaign's worth of adventuring.
Yeah. It also would make it for an excellent plot device.
Mm-hmm. But before we get to psionics, what did you guys think of summoning?
Reminds me of Shadowrun summoning, only much more dangerous.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Shadowrun summoning on crack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see that. Now, when it comes to the psychic disciplines, which are referred to as psychic matrices, this is primarily using psychic points and psychic potential. So psychic potential is the basis. It determines what you can use. And the potential calculation roll whenever you're using psychic power. This is based on willpower. If you have willpower at 10, that's a psychic potential of 60. you can get a bonus to potential through concentration, depending on how long you do it. Failing psychic checks will inflict fatigue on you.
Fatigue is no joke.
Mm-hmm. But psychic points is the main resource that is used both temporarily and permanently. And what you can... So permanent uses can be things like getting affinity to a hold discipline, mastering a mental power, increasing your psychic potential, strengthening a power, spending 2 psychic points to get an innate slot. Whereas temporary uses can be things like improving projection, improving potential, eliminating fatigue, temporarily give yourself a power, or improving an innate power. So affinity with a psychic discipline just means you unlock a discipline. Think of it as a spell school. And after that you can start developing powers within it. Mastering a new power costs 1 power point, as mentioned before. And you do need to master a first level power before moving on to a second level one, and so on. But much like Ki, the powers are at 3 levels. As mentioned, you can increase psychic potential. Then this can be done permanently or temporarily. And it's not a case of just jumping right to the end. If you want, you have to do it incrementally. You can spend it to strengthen a power, which gives +10 to potential calculations at a cap of 50. You can also acquire a innate slot. Some powers can be maintained, which lets you use them continually. But in order to do that, it has to use up one of your innate slots. Maintaining an innate power is a passive action. It just means you can use it whenever you want. But in order to maintain it, you have to use the power at least once.
Which, depending on the power, is pretty easy to do, or pretty hard.
Yeah. Now when it comes to the reason why psychic projection is important is because the roll that you do is always going to determine the strength of the effect. And sometimes if you roll low, you can actually suffer fatigue.
That makes sense, considering you're literally taxing your brain at that point.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The disciplines that are available at the start were telepathy, psychokinesis, pyrokinesis, cryokinesis, physical increase, energy, sentience, telemetry, and matrix powers. Matrix powers is kind of these things don't belong to any other category, and are cheaper to maintain and do not have levels.
I had a psychic that was mostly in telekinetics, and that was really fun.
Yeah. Now, telemetry is the ability to the ability to sense some psychic energy, essentially. But since we have one person here who likes to set things on fire, let's cover pyrokinesis. If you are nearby enough fire, you actually get a bonus to psychic potential.
That's with all different psychic subsets, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, if it's like, oh, you're in the Arctic when you're casting cryokinesis, it becomes easier.
Yep.
But at the same time, if you want to cast fire in Antarctica, good luck with that.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even need to go to Antarctica. Just head on over to Minnesota or Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for pyrokinesis, you get +10 if you're near a big bonfire. +20 of a fire for a fire of immense proportions. So, the Chicago Fire? Or the Great Fire of London?
Probably.
And 30 if you're near a volcano. So, if you're in Iceland. But creating fire is a level 1 feature, which you would roll potential to see the degree of the effect. The higher you roll, the more intense the fire is.
And creating fire is something that, unless you really screw up, you shouldn't be getting fatigue for.
Mm-hmm.
Why am I reminded of Smokey the Bear?
Only you, little Timmy, can prevent forest fires.
If you have create fire as a maintained, that means the fire can burn without consuming anything, but it can't be extinguished either. On the other hand, if somebody wants to do the whole throwing around fire, that would be the immolate matrix. You create an explosion of variable base damage using the heat attack type over a wide area. You cannot select targets inside the area, and you may find yourself affected unless you're careful. It usually takes the form of a fireball, so even those who can't see psychic matrices will be able to see it. You need to roll at least 120 in order to not get fatigued. But that does 60 damage over a 15-foot radius. At higher potential, the damage goes up and the and the AoE goes up. A 440 does 250 base damage over a 650-foot radius. So it's an issue of firing a rocket to firing a nuke.
And sometimes you don't get to control how strong it is. You just roll, and it's like, oh, I just want the lowest level it can. Then you open roll, you get 440, and you realize, oh, the entire continent's now gone.
Yep.
So we're talking Lena inverse levels of destruction.
Yep, pretty much. I mean, that kind of nukage is pretty much what the colony drop on Australia look tame.
I already made the joke about Operation British. But, level 2 is things like fire immunity, where certain fire intensities you just don't affect you, including supernatural ones. And if you were to be the subject of a fire-based attack, each intensity immunity decreases that attack's base damage by 5 and raises your resistance by 5. On the other hand, we have things at 3rd level. We have things like Nova.
Let me guess, the Human Torch?
You consume your own vital energy to increase your psychic capabilities. Basically, trade life points for a bonus to psychic potential. Each point you consume increases psychic potential by 2 during the turn. And, of course, if someone wanted to, they could maintain it. This damage that you take is fire based and heals half as fast as conventional wounds. You need a minimum of 180 to pass for it. Or, you know, there's things like consume, which causes spontaneous combustion internally.
I mean, sometimes you need to get those pesky parasites out of you.
Mm-hmm. Using this creates a physical resistance check, and if they fail it, they automatically take a certain amount of damage. Armor does not save them. If they fail the resistance check, yeah, if they fail the resistance check, automatic destroyed. But beyond that, there are certain psychic crystals that can be used. The size or shape of them isn't set in stone, but if you have them, they give you a bonus to psychic potential. As long as you're in physical contact with the crystal, and you only get this bonus from one crystal at a time. Also, crystals only give this bonus to specific disciplines. On the other hand, every 5 psychic potential that a crystal grants increases fatigue damage by if you fail to use a power. So if you have a 15 crystal and would lose 2 on a failed potential check, congratulations, you lose 5 fatigue. So those crystals can be very powerful, but also very risky if you screw up. But there are a few small things I want to get into before we wrap up. But what do you guys think of psychics?
Imagine being able to create a nuke with your mind, but also kill yourself in the process.
I mean, let's be frank. When you're unleashing a nuke, you're effectively killing yourself anyway.
Fair.
As mentioned, fatigue is no joke. But
oh yeah, it's like it's like if you screw up really bad on one of the higher level spells, it's like it will either straight up or just nearly kill you.
Mm-hmm. But the GM's toolkit did have a few new style modules as well as combat maneuvers, as well as being able to press the speed of higher weapons, of heavy weapons. So you can use your strength bonus to add to the weapon's speed instead of damage. So somebody with high strength could take that greatsword and not be slow with it. And there was also rules for two weapon fighting, which of course does let you use multiple weapons, but when it comes to initiative, you use the slower one, which isn't going to matter if they're both identical. And if they have a negative speed, there's an additional penalty of 20, or if they have a positive speed, 10. There was also an optional rule about using characteristic bonuses that you get from leveling as creation points if you so choose. As well. as well as a few limitations to things like path level or martial knowledge based on how supernatural a character is, as well as a sanity rule. Basically adding a mental health point system. This
That's
is
always nice to have.
Yeah, this is based on the sum of your intelligence, willpower, and power characteristics. Which can be used for some. I'd say I'd only use this sanity thing for the more horror-based elements of anima, which is definitely present.
Yeah.
But in addition to, I didn't cover it fully here, but I will also note that there is a full NPC creation system within the core book. One that gives exclusive powers to NPCs that PCs don't get. Although,
I mean, well, we already have a custom martial arts and magic. Why not effectively just give us a template how to create NPCs?
honestly, I think
Sure.
more games should
Yep.
do that.
Mm-hmm.
Within Gaia Beyond the Dreams, there were a few other optional rules. One of them was background advantages and disadvantages, as well as a few new secondary abilities, namely law, trading, streetwise etiquette, and tactics, as well as a fame system. Basically, you can get a number of fame points between 1 to 100. The higher that goes has its own benefits. The approach is 0, unknown, 10, known, 20, popular, 30, renowned, 40, famous, 50, celebrated, 70, legendary, 100, beyond legend. And the big obviously this can change through events or the like. But it does mean that the higher that this kind of thing goes, the harder it is to increase. Which makes sense. The more famous you are, the harder it is to become more famous. So if an action brings a certain amount of fame, the higher your fame already is, the less fame you get from that. There is also the Dragon Pacts, being able to take the power of the dragon at a certain cost, a certain price. And I guess I could compare it to the way pacts worked in Drakengard. But when you seal the pact with a dragon, you do lose something. This could be something as simple as sight or capacity for happiness, or worse, your purpose. The artist loses their art, the musician loses their musical sense. But
that's quite the Faustian bargain.
If you do seal the pact, you gain half as many levels as the difference between your level and that of the dragon. In addition, there are 5 link powers that you get. The link of summoning, you can invoke your dragon from anywhere in just a few seconds. But when you do it, you lose 1 fatigue. The link of senses, you share senses with your dragon. The link of resistances, You can use the resistances of each other when carrying out resistance checks. The link of time. You stop aging at the moment the pact is sealed. It doesn't mean you're unkillable, but your age is frozen. And the link of life. I don't think I need to explain what that is.
Something,
No.
something, something, Dragonheart.
Mm. There are also some rules about business, trials. A natural version of Gnosis for natural races, which can go up to 20. For those who want a wild card ability, there was the rule of destiny points for those who have for creatures that have high natura. When it came to Gaia Beyond, not Gaia Beyond the Dreams, but Those Who Walked Among Us, there were 2 additional alternate combat systems that were introduced: dramatic combat and mass combat. Dramatic combat is clearly meant to be a kind of duel-like system. And it's advised that you don't use it if you've got less than 150 attack, block, or dodge.
Huh.
And the basic idea of it is essentially extending the length of time for each turn. So it isn't a massive shift. Mass combat, on the other hand, has, well, masses of enemies. The life points for the massive enemies is basically the life points of each creature within it rounded down to the nearest 50 and then added. The attack ability for the mass is the average base attack ability of the components. And the amount of enemies in the mass can give a bonus to attack ability. And the amount of damage you do can be treated as, oh, you attacked this many enemies. And yes, so basically Dynasty Warriors rules. Yeah, basically.
Okay, but what if the attack you do is already at AoE? Does it get some kind of multiplier? I didn't even know Anima had a rule for like mass combat.
Yeah, this is in Those Who Walked Among Us. But that bonus to attack ability is if one mass has a advantage. But a mass will increase its damage dealt through physical attacks by 50% and doubles damage dealt by offensive spells or powers. If members have different types of weapons, use the best one that's available. When it comes to defensive ability and armor, it doesn't make a defensive roll. Instead, its defense ability is considered its final defense, and it doesn't suffer penalties from additional attacks or being attacked from certain positions. On the other hand, those sort of benefits that they could get from those sort of effects, or from individual defense bonuses, are not applied to the mass. So if only a few could block energy attacks, none of them can. unless all of the members of the mass could block energy. The armor type is the average value of the member's armor. If they have no armor, they don't get any. The initiative is the average of its members. And when it comes to area attacks, damage, and number, if you're doing an area attack, the number of enemies you hit, instead of affecting that many enemies, you're just attacking the mass, but you're multiplying damage. So if you do an area attack that does 2 opponents, you're doing double damage against the whole mass. So I'd say this is, it's a fairly elegant way to handle mass combat for something like this instead of turning it into a war game. Which, if you want to do that, just break out a full-on war game and use whatever plastic crack you have available. There are certain maneuvers that can be done to minimize casualties, and there are ways to disorganize masses. Now, of course, this is assuming that it's just the party facing off against a mass. If you want to do mass versus mass, both masses attack and suffer damage simultaneously. If one has tactical superiority, advantageous terrain, or the like, they can get a bonus between 10 to 100 to attack ability. But that's certainly a nice way to do it.
Yeah, this is a pretty elegant system.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen others that have done it better, but for how old Anima is, this is pretty decent.
Also, a lot of times when mass combat is done in games, there is a tendency to have it be done in a whole separate system. Exalted comes to mind with the way it handled mass combat. But a lot of times mass combat is used in the same way as a miniature war game, and doesn't really delve into the one person or group of people in this mass fray. Anima is trying to do that, which I do applaud. Because a lot of times when mass combat is done, it's done with the assumption of army versus army. That can work for a lot of cases, but if you're trying to do mass combat in something like this, I don't think you want to do army versus army. You want to do your group of badasses going up against hundreds or thousands of enemies.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, a good representative would be some of the mass combat in the Golden Age, especially with Guts' raiding party.
Oh yeah,
where he only had maybe 30 people under his command. Maybe even less.
It's been a bit since I watched that, but yeah, anywhere from 20 to 30 sounds right.
Mm-hmm. And there were a few other things like the Lost Races and Those Who Walked Among Us, but we already talked about that 2 weeks ago. So, with all of that said, overall, what do you guys think of how Anima's not only its combat system work, not only its mechanics work, but also is it as ridiculously complicated as some pundits have claimed, based on what I've told you and what you guys have seen?
No, it seems very robust and has a lot to it, but I do like that it has a lot of options.
Yes, it's like it's not like, oh, this is your class, therefore these are all the things you get. They give you the class, which gives you like how the price of everything that you can get, and then like, okay, go figure out your character.
Mm-hmm.
It does have a learning curve, but once you get over it, it pretty much just rolls off it pretty easily.
And admittedly, I think the only part that is going to be a stumbling point is if somebody doesn't have a very strong idea for their character. I do think using the pre-gens in the GM's kit as a starting point can help a little bit. But
yeah, that does indeed make sense.
I'd say the other major stumbling point I think is the whole penalties and calculating all of those penalties.
Oh, and also calculating damage.
Yeah, which, speaking of that, I forgot to cover what changed with Core X Set. There were a few changes. Now, characteristic bonus doesn't change too much. You do get a +10 bonus to 5 different skills at the start as part of your natural bonus. As opposed to just applying your characteristic bonus in additional time. Every level up, you choose 5 more skills to give that to. This is not the same as the Freelancer class ability. So if you have Freelancer as your class, you're still getting that as well as the natural bonus. You can also choose one physical secondary skill and one mental secondary skill to add your characteristic bonus again to. The +10 from Jack of all trades is a natural bonus. However, natural bonus can't be higher than 100. This includes
Makes
base
sense.
characteristic, non-freelancer +10s, characteristic multipliers, and Jack of all trades. Acute Senses gives +50 to Notice and Search instead of 30, as well as 1 to Perception for those checks. The monster power of the same name is unchanged. Area attack and chained attack cost 50 development points. Chained attack is a new module, which lets you basically reduces the multiple attack penalty, and it changes the size for the purposes of that penalty. So small weapons don't change. Large weapons are treated as medium weapons. Medium weapons are treated as small weapons. Natural Learner only has 1 or 2 character point costs. The 3 doesn't exist. Elan, that's another thing I forgot to get about. The gifts that you get from being affiliated with one of the Lords of Light and Darkness can grant 20, 40, or 50. Elan is on a scale from 1 to 100, and much like Fame, the more you get, the harder it is to get more. But the more you have, the more divine gifts you can have. I'd say the big change with Core X Set was magic. There were a few errors. The whole added effects for spells was dropped. Instead, spells are cast at one of 4 set levels: base, intermediate, advanced, and arcane. Each one costs more Xeon, has a higher intelligence requirement, and a different maintenance cost. I think this was done mainly because the idea of overcasting would be transferred over to the metamagic rules we'll get to in 2 weeks. Now, when it comes to combats, instead of using the big table, they simplified it a little bit. The new calculation is basically as if your AT was 2. So it's still attack versus defense. What happens instead is AT just takes 10 damage away, and absorption takes 20. So for each point of armor type, that's minus 10 damage. If the defender's total is higher, the counterattack bonus is half of the difference, rounded down to the nearest 5. And there are a few others. The maximum amount of psychic points that can be used to improve potential of a single power is 10 instead of 5. And the maximum amount of that a psychic power can be improved is 100. So that's one way you could get those Zen level effects. But those are the major approaches. Characteristic checks use a roll over instead of a roll under. And the big I do apologize for doing a bit of a digression as we were wrapping up. I just realized, oh shit, I forgot to cover that and Elan. So
I mean, it's definitely one of those things where it's like, hey, this stuff is kind of important. It does change quite a bit of the rules.
Oh yeah. But I know a lot of people get on the game for being overly complicated, but I think is it a complex game? Yes. Overly complex? That's a bit harder to say. I think that's a case of just people being a bit cavalier with hyperbole.
Overly complex is more of a deep, like the what is it? The customer's preference type of a deal. And also it depends on how many books you're playing with.
Though I will maintain that it's a glass houses thing. Because all of those claims about complexity, I can throw them right back at anyone who makes them.
Well, as long as the person that's saying it doesn't play 5e.
Although given the spell lists in 5e, even that's still stretching things.
I never play a spellcaster when I play 5e. Closest thing to a spellcaster I play is a paladin, and those are smite slots and not spell slots.
Yeah. But the point is that I think some people just could do with being a little bit honest about how much they know about the world of tabletop. Like if you're gonna make the claim of, oh, this is too complicated and all that you know is one game, then I think that should be acknowledged. I'm not throwing shade on people who only know one game. I'm just saying, don't act like that one game you know equates to knowledge of an entire medium. That would be about as ridiculous as somebody who has only seen Dragon Ball Z acting like they know the entirety of anime. Which, if it's ridiculous in one element, it's going to be ridiculous in all elements. But with that said, we are not quite done when it comes to covering the mechanics of Anima Beyond Fantasy. So tune in about 2 weeks, which hopefully that episode won't be as long as this one. Jesus Christ.
Yes, I just looked at the time. It's like nearly 5 hours. This one's the longest one we've done. It's like I've told a friend. It's like, hey, I may be a little late to this. It's like oh, there's already a bit of an overlap, but I know for a fact covering like just the core rule book's gonna be a big chunk.
Mm-hmm. But next week we'll be covering 3 books. Those books are the X-Set trilogy, as I've called it. Prometheum X-Set, which covers magic items, because that wasn't really covered in this. Dominus X-Set, which covers Ki, and it's a lot more than just adding more techniques, I can promise you that. And Arcana X-Set, which covers magic and psychic.
Dominus also covers one other thing. I don't remember.
Nemesis.
Yes.
Which is still under the umbrella of Ki, which is why I didn't say it. But that is something we'll get into in 2 weeks. Meanwhile, next week we'll be doing the Fated Continuum series once again, this time delving into the FF13 trilogy. So keep an eye out for that. But until then, on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, my name is Mildra. I am your gaming monk. Stay fucking frosty, everybody.
See you on the trail.
Bye.
Later.